League.
Good morning, Jojo. Yes, I can
Good
hear you.
morning, sir.
Good
My
morning.
name is Jojo.
Morning.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, awesome. Good morning, everyone. Um, I recognize the fact that we've got quite a diverse background in terms of the people on the call today. Um, I know that we have people from all over the continent. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to today's session, and I promise you that it's going to be very, very interactive. It's going to be very engaging, and also will try and stimulate learning. My name is Jonathan. This is my picture in front of you. I like to be called Jojo. So just for the duration of this program, I just like that you call me Jojo today. So I wanted to give some context into how the session would span for today. We're going to cover some introductions, and which we've started, and we'll be ending that soon. And then we're going to cover the entirety of the syllabus. Very, very important that we have that sort of broad overview today. And then I'll be speaking to exam success techniques. Very, very important for a paper like SBL. Why it's quite different from the other papers, and the role that techniques do play in making sure that the candidate actually comes out very well. We'll take a break at some point, and when we come back, we'll also have some experience around past students would share their experience on the paper, because I also think it's very important that in attempting this exam, we actually do hear from very recent participants in the exam, share their experiences and how they came through. One of the things that typically represents what we do with this student story experience is that we actually set out for high performers. So some of the people on the call are prize winners at our local markets here in Nigeria. So people who've led the exam, best overall students in different diets, right? So I'm going to get about 3 of them that were top performers in the country in their respective diets. Just come and share their experience with us on what they did in terms of preparation, also how they approached the exam on the exam day, and some of the kind of things that you should be doing. Your exams are technically in 3 weeks time, so what should you be doing in 3 weeks before your exam? What sort of areas do you want to prioritize? So you're going to have that experience with them. Then we will get into some questions. I've got some couple of questions that I deliberately chose that I wanted to, look through today. And obviously, we're going to open up as well to for Q&As as well. Then, we'll have some conclusion, last minute tips. I have some areas that I always say to candidates, these are the must knows before you get to the exam. We're going to talk about that. So this is broad high level in terms of what we're going to do today. But I promise you that we're going to really make sure that we speak to the critical issues as it relates to the strategic business leader exam and what you really need to be considering, with 3 weeks to your exam. So welcome again to Ivy League Associates, especially for those who are joining us far beyond the shores of the country and even across the entirety of the continent. So one more time, I say, just refer to me as Jojo all through the session, and I'll be very happy to pilot the affairs for today's session. So that's it in terms of introduction and welcome. Now we can now get into the session properly. So I'm tracking the responses and also commentaries on the chat group through another device. So if you want to ask a question, please feel free to raise your hand, right? I'll acknowledge you, and then you can have a conversation in the class. So that will be it. All right, so let's go. So the strategic business leader exam, it's one of, if not, I mean, arguably you can argue, if not most innovative paper I've seen since I started teaching ECC. And maybe I'll qualify that to say arguably, right? So, I mean, you can argue for, argue against. But I think it's been a novel innovation in the way ACC has traditionally set their exams. And that is the sort of mindset that I really want to bring to the table today. That this exam is quite innovative in its approach, innovative in its testing, innovative in its objective, innovative in the way the students have to approach the exam, also innovative in the way the paper is being taught. What I want to see is that it's a product of advanced tech, 2 years tech with about 200 research and this process where by approved employers in the workforce. What sort of skill sets were they looking at? Someone trying to ask a question? Okay.
Your voice is breaking.
Can you hear me? Is it better?
Yeah,
Yes, I
sounds
can
better
hear
now.
you.
Okay. If it still does, do let me know. I can always switch to another network communication.
Just
Sorry
not
about that.
better. Because he said the word. It's not better.
I said, do let me know. Just let me know periodically.
It's still breaking. No, we can't really hear you.
All right. Okay. Just give me a second then. Okay. Hello. Is this better?
Sounds better.
So do I go on?
Please do.
All right. So I at this point I'm even wondering whether you've been hearing me for the last time. Okay. I'll try and start all over again. I said the strategic business leader exam is, in my opinion, the most innovative paper from the ACCA exam range. And I said it's quite innovative in the way the exam is tested, innovative in the way the paper is being taught, also innovative in the objectives around the paper. So we're going to focus on what really you need to know for the exam. And then I'm going to extend the conversation to exam success techniques. So I want to just give us a high level overview. Now, this particular paper is broken into two broad components. So there are two broad components, right? And it's very important that we pay attention to this because this really can shape your performance in the exam. So there are two broad components around the strategic business leader exam. So the first one is the technical component. So I might say the technical syllabus, right? Or the technical aspect of the course. So, and I'm going to speak to that very soon. And then the second aspect is what I would call the professional skills. So two broad components within the exam. The understanding of these two broad components really would make a significant difference in how you approach this exam. So there are two broad components, within this exam. So the technical skills, which really lays the foundation, and then in applying or providing response to the technical skills is the role of the professional skills. So I like that when you think about the SBL exam, you somewhat, think about it, from these two perspectives. So one of the things I try to reflect in the class, when I take students is to make sure that as we build our technical knowledge, in interpreting any of the questions or any of the scenarios or any of the role that you will play in the course of the exam, that you also apply some elements of professionalism in it, and I'm going to speak about that quite very soon. So in terms of the statistics around this, the technical syllabus area is 8, and every 8 aspects in terms of the 8 technical syllabus content will be tested in an exam. Now, what I cannot say is to what sort of depth they could be tested, but they will feature in every exam. So in terms of the analysis, so what are the 8 technical contents within the SBL exam? So the first one is leadership. The second one is governance. The third one, strategy, which I actually like to say a lot, that this is 25% of the exam, right? So as much as it is one of the 8 technical areas, but it is the core, and it's even reflected, in the naming of the paper, strategic business leader. So there is that context around, a deep understanding of corporate strategy, a deep understanding of helping organizations shape their strategy and implementing their strategy. So it permeates through across the entirety of the exam and, in terms of even the approach to the exam. So when we get to the details around the syllabus area, I'm going to spend my time on this. Strategy is central to this exam and understanding the strategy areas. Something I find out a lot of the times is when I look in terms of the marks analysis, I always find that questions that are directly related to strategy, maybe from the perspective of strategy evaluation or strategic choices and decision making, I find out that I see between 15 to 20 marks. You would always find them. In fact, a lot of the times they might just even be the very first question. So if you look at most past questions, when you see the very first question, maybe question 1, you will find them around strategy. Maybe a strategic choice has to be made, a strategy has to be implemented, a strategic decision has to be made, those sort of things. So it is very, very central. And when you think about some of the key models, and which I'm going to speak to in the course of my presentation, some of the key models you must know for this exam are most of them are situated around this aspect of the syllabus, which is on strategy. So very central. So in terms of priority and how you're approaching your exam preparation, you might want to devote a lot of time to looking at strategy and really the models that are linked to strategy. But I'm going to help us with that. We're going to cover quite a few of those strategic models as well today. Then the other areas that shape into the course, so in no particular order, is risk. So we're going to talk about risk, the whole gamut on risk management. I think it's quite very relevant in today's world now. So there are quite a lot of issues around risk and also evolving risk, whether it's from the perspective of the enterprise as a whole. So there are quite some concepts you must be very, very on top of if you want to do so well in this exam around risk. So also another examiner's favorite, right? So there'll be some questions around analyzing the risk that the organization faces, also maybe suggesting mitigants, to those risks. We're going to have that conversation very soon. Then organizational control and audits, and this is really the internal controls that are being used in most organizations. So a conversation around the effectiveness of internal controls, why internal controls, various management controls that are used in an organization. And then we're going to link that to what I'll call the control of all controls, right? And we like to say in accounting that the control of all controls is internal audit. So the focus in the SBL exam is not around external audit. External audit is covered quite extensively in the audit and assurance papers, so either the AA or the AAA. But for an SBL exam, the conversation on audit is around internal audit. So we're going to look at internal controls within organizations, the effectiveness of controls, looking at controls and testing the efficiency of these controls, and also linking that to internal audits and how internal audit also helps ensure controls are quite efficient within the organization. Then we would look at finance, very central. I like this a lot because this is an accounting exam, and most times there's a temptation to think, and that's a wrong impression. So let me also correct that. Most people think SBL is really a very discursive paper. But you know what I find, and you could do this analysis. And one of the things I even always say to students is make sure you don't forget your calculator before you go to the exam hall. Thank goodness now that your exams are going to be computer based. And so because your exams are going to be computer based, there's the option of an on-screen computer. And I know that the ACC has made it clearly a choice for students. So you could decide to go to the exam hall with your own calculator. That's still fine, right? Subject to the various protocols, right? You could go to the exam hall with your own calculator, or you could take advantage of the on-screen calculator on the CBE platform. So there will be some questions I struggle to find. I've not even seen to date, right? An SBL exam, right? There have been 11 exams conducted since when SBL made its debut in September 2018, and I struggle to find an exam where there were no calculations. So you would find that finance is very germane, and not just really around financial analysis, which is really the areas where you require to make some calculation, but also how the financial analysis feeds into decision making. One of the things I want you to think about really, because a critical role of a strategic business leader will be making decisions for the organization. And in making those decisions for the organization, some of the inputs that goes into that decision making, one of them really is the financial analysis. But let me be clear that financial analysis on its own isn't the only thing that feeds into decision making. So if you think about it broadly, financial analysis then also supported with the non-financial considerations, so that the organization has a quite broader perspective to understanding what the issues are and what the best decision will be for the organization. So we will discuss finance and how that helps with planning and how that also feeds into decision making. So there's a question in March, June, if you check on the ACC website, in March, June 2019, the question was tested around a company called Smartwear. Smartwear is a footwear retail organization. And the question was really around evaluating an MPV appraisal schedule that was already done. So you needed to apply skepticism. As you applied skepticism, you then review an MPV appraisal that was done, somewhat, going through the MPV analysis and determining what was omitted, what should have been included, what were some of the considerations that were not covered within the MPV analysis, right? So I've seen a question like that, right? And that really speaks to understanding the rationale around the analysis and the calculations that you do. So to tie this in, finance is key. There will be some financial analysis, if you like, use the term financial calculations in your exam, but they always link to a non-financial consideration as well. So that helps the organization with decision making. So there are quite a lot of innovation. One of the things I put up in my slide, in my overview, I was going to talk about were the new additions to the SBL syllabus. And specifically to finance, a new addition to finance, which I'm happy to speak about today, is coin offerings, right? The use of coin offerings is quite very popular. I'm sure a lot of you are listening to the news, the rise and fall in the value of Bitcoin, and also the rise as well too of another cryptocurrency coin, the Dogecoin. So I want you to know that this has been added to the syllabus as far back as last year, and I think that you just might be in for it. So we're going to talk about coin offerings, right? How coin offerings, which is really cryptocurrency coins, right? How they help organizations in terms of being an alternative means to raising finance. So we're going to talk about that in our conversation in finance. Another topic which is very germane, very, very germane, is technology and data analytics. Very central. In March 2020, the case study that was examined was called TT4U, TT4U Co, TT4U Co, and it was around an IT consulting firm, really looking at offering two broad services. One was around Internet of Things, another one was around provision of solutions to government entities. And it really tested a lot around technology in that particular diet. You might want to check for it, March 2020. And what I see from the introduction of that, with that sort of question that was tested in March 2020, has just been, the role that technology do play in organizations' transformation. And so you find it's almost like a recurring theme in every exam. So there's always a very strong emphasis, right? If you check in December 2018, there was a question around IT security, because in technology, there are about four broad areas. There's the area around cloud computing and mobile computing. There's the area around data analytics. There's the area around e-business and the value chain around e-business. And there's also IT security. So all four broad areas in technology have been tested in the not too recent past in the SBL exam. So I think that, it's quite central. In addition to the fact that, like I said, in March 2020, a whole case study question was really around the technology consulting firm. So that really, and for the candidates who did very well, what I saw that was consistent. And in fact, the best candidate in Nigeria for that particular diet, I'm going to bring him on the call today, and he's going to share his perspective on that particular exam and how he brought his practical experience to the table. So that's something I'm going to speak about under exam technique, the role of practical experience. But just to somewhat re-emphasize the point again, that technology is very central. It's been tested as a tech company has featured as a full case study question in the past, and also the various aspects of technology and how they could be tested in your exam. So that's really what I'm going to be doing today. How could this area be tested, or have they been tested in the past? I spent some time going through the last 11 diets just to find the underlying theme around how these exams are always tested. Now, that finally feeds into the 8th aspect of the technical component of the course, which is on innovation, performance excellence, and change. So this is what sort of wraps up everything together. If you see, when we started from leadership, really around, how do we make you, which is really the goal. The goal is that everyone who goes through this exam actually turns out as a strategic business leader and bring that sort of value proposition to the organization or to their business if you're into self-employment. So this then sort of ties everything together. So all the conversations from leadership to governance to strategy to control to risks to finance to technology, and then how that then brings about innovation. So, and with innovation, really what is fundamental to innovation is really around managing change, because innovation is really around new inventions, new ideas, new way of doing things. So that also means that an organization that will be very innovative, or a strategic business leader that would embrace innovation, is one really that understands that the business environment in itself is not static, and that the business environment is very susceptible to change. And the fact that change is actually something that's very constant in life and even in the business environment, but how we deal with these changes and how we introduce this change in a manner that allows the organization not to go through severe disruption in terms of the operations. So we're going to be talking about things around innovative business models, innovative business structures. And when I mean innovative business structures, I mean innovative organizational structures. We're going to be talking about that. We'll be talking about key concept that drives innovation. So things like knowledge management, talent management, how do we manage people, how do we manage the skill set, how do we make the organization de-risk itself of people, how do we ensure that there's a policy in place from a HR perspective that drives innovation around the organization. And then we're going to link that also to what really makes organization excel in what they do. So innovation lends itself to that, right? So one of the things you find, and there's a model, in fact, the latest technical article in the SBL exam was set around a model called the Badridge Assessment Criteria Model. And that model is one model I think you should know. It was tested in September 2019, a company called Dochico. That's the name of the exam. September 2019, Dochico was the name of the case study. And there was a 20 marks question on this Badridge assessment criteria. And that model speaks to what is it about successful organizations, what makes successful organizations quite very thick, and also what is it that they do that engenders them to be very, very excellent in terms of sticking to the objectives and delivering on those objectives. So we'll talk about that. And then we will wrap up the conversation with a broad aspect of change management, and which is really project management. Because if you think about it, right, changes will happen, innovations will be introduced in a business. And in order to ensure that these innovations or these changes do not disrupt the existing status quo in terms of the daily business as usual or the daily operations of the organizations, a structured model in which organizations can introduce change, right, and embed the change within the operations is to introduce them as projects. So we're going to talk about projects. Also, one of the latest technical articles was on project management, but an aspect of project management, which was on project planning. I shared these latest technical articles on the WhatsApp group. I recognize the fact that we have external people on the call. I'm going to also share that as well to maybe during one of our breaks, so that also helps you. So in terms of the 4 new technical articles were released, and one of them was on project management, and quite specifically on that project management was on project planning. And we solved the question in class at Ivy League on September 2018. I think that was question 2. And that was really around project management. And it was a question around a new project manager coming in to inherit a project. And then he asks for a feedback from his project, from his direct report, who is a project associate. And then he needed to critique the project initiation documents, both in terms of the content of the project initiation document, and also in terms of the outline, which really refers to what are some of the key expectations that he wanted in the project initiation document, and also some aspects of the project timelines. So every area, to be quite very honest, there's no cherry picking in terms of which area should you pay a lot of attention. What I can say to you is that strategy is very, very important, and it takes a higher weighting. So if you wanted to prioritize aspects of the syllabus that you must know, I would say strategy. But to be very clear, all aspects will be tested in your exam. All aspects will be tested in your exam. So that's it on the technical syllabus. I'm going to go into a lot more detail. So this is a high-level overview on the 8 technical syllabus area. I wanted to now tie this in now to the second component of your SBL exam, which is the professional skills. So this is what happens in your exam. There will be direct questions that are really testing your technical depth, or if you like, your technical knowledge. And it will be questions around leadership, governance, strategy, organizational control, risk, technology, innovation, and finance. But you see, in providing your responses to these questions, it must be set at a certain level that is expected from you as a strategic business leader. So some of those issues just require, so for example, understanding the most critical information for the organization. So professionalism is something that is very serious in the SBL exam. So serious that, I mean, across all the other strategic professional papers, professional skills are just 4 marks, and you might say 4% of the exam. But within the SBL syllabus, it is 20%. And I always say that, I struggle, to be very honest, I struggle to find a candidate who will do well in the SBL exam and who really hasn't mastered this art of providing very good professional responses, to a question. There are certain ways you can, deal with this issue around professional skills. So one is we would teach them in class like we do. Another one is also the fact that ACC has a special module that it did to really build up professional skills in people, and that's the ethics and professional skills module. So at Ivy League, we are very proud about our approach to this because we always, somewhat, reiterate the relevance of this particular module. So it's called the ethics and professional skills module. The ethics and professional skills module, for short, it's called the EPSM. So we promote the usage of this module in the school. And one of the things that I'm happy to say is that I'm sure if I did a random sampling now and I asked everyone in the class now, how many of you have done and completed your EPSM? I'm sure I'm going to get quite more than 50 to 60% of the class saying so. So that is very important. It ties in neatly to the way the examiners would grade your performance in the exam. I can tell you this from experience, right? Something that I might have missed out in my introduction is that I also mark for ACCAs, and quite specifically, I also mark the SBL exam. So I do understand the sort of emphasis that is being placed on us in taking our time to really, take back and really understand how the SBL candidates are making their professional points, how they are making their professional points known. So it's so germane, it's so fundamental. How can you improve yourself on this? It's 20% of your exam. What I can tell you, and this is a proven research that has been done by ACCA, and you can find this actually if you do a Google search for this, right? That 75% of those who pass their exams, the SBL exams, 75% of them, they have something in common. And what is it? That they had completed this ethics and professional skill module just before their SBL exam. So at Ivy League, we are very clear that one condition to do very well in this exam is to have completed your ethics and professional skill before the exam day. So we are very clear about that. Now, but the data is 75%. So that also means that there are quite a small but not too significant number of people who actually have passed the exam. So don't also interpret my comment to say if you don't do your EPSM, you won't pass SBL. No, but in terms of the data, in terms of the statistics, you're quite more likely to do well, because when you go through the program of about 20 hours, it tests you really on various aspects of professionalism and in terms of how you apply the professional skills, right? And that's something we also do. If you look at our syllabus content at Ivy League, we're also quite very clear in how we deliver professional skills. So we have sessions where we just test our students on the application of the professional skills, right? And let me just add one more thing about the professional skills before I touch on it, is also the fact that some people can draw in. So one of the things I see sometimes is people with quite significant work experience also do very well in the SBL exam. And I always link this to the professionalism in their response. And that I see something that also can also help you. So sometimes, is somebody talking? Is somebody trying to make a point? All right, so I can go on. Okay, please, let's go on mute, except you want to say something. All right. So you can draw on your real life experience. And I'm a big fan, of such approach to the SBL exam. I always like people just internalize the questions and think about something that might have happened, in your professional experience, right? So you might draw on it, and that will really help you in terms of how you answer the exam. So if I tie all of this together, what am I trying to say? It's not enough to understand the technical bits in making you a strategic business leader, but as strategic business leaders are also people who have a very deep understanding of the professional issues, that can affect or shape the performance of the organization. So what are these professional skills? Let's sort of bring them to life. So in no particular order, the very first one, and I call this the mother of all of them, right, is communication. And why I say communication is one professional skill that is also embedded in other professional skill. So you must be able to communicate with a vast array of stakeholders. Very important. As a strategic business leader, and also in your exam and in real life, one thing you would be doing is you'll be communicating with vast array of stakeholders. So you'll be communicating with regulators, depending on what sort of industry you operate in. You'll be communicating with external stakeholders, your suppliers. You'll be communicating with customers. You'll be communicating with even sometimes with the government. You'll be communicating with your shareholders. You'll be communicating with members of your supply chain, the society. There will be various forms of communication. Even internally, you'll be communicating as a strategic business leader with even your employees. Your co-employees. You'll be communicating with your direct reports. You'll be communicating with your senior board members. You'll be communicating with your peers. So communication is so central. And one of the things that you must understand around communication as a professional skill that is so important, even from a marking perspective, is the use of the right communication format. I cannot stress this enough. So let me be clear that for every response in your SBL exam, it will require the usage of a specific communication format. And I'm going to speak to that very soon. There are different types of communication formats, but there are some I regard as the most understands. You must understand certain types. Some of them you can somewhat, manage your way around it, but there's some of them that are quite very, very fundamental. What I can tell you also from a marker's perspective is that if you don't use the right communication format, you would lose marks. You would lose marks. So that ties into something I'm going to touch on professionalism versus professional skills. Let me give you, for instance, a question says to you, prepare a memo to the board of directors highlighting the significant risk that the organization has faced over the last operating period. It started by saying, prepare a memo. And then you go on to produce your response. Maybe instead of preparing a memo, you just wrote a blanket point or just a bullet point of some of the key risks that are facing the organization. Let me be clear, you would lose marks for that. So the absence of the right communication format will lead to some mark deductions. That speaks to communication. You must understand this. In real life, if you have to put up a memo, you've got to put up a memo. If you have to communicate to certain stakeholders, so for example, you want to go and pitch for your company. Your company has potential external investors who are looking at providing some sort of funding to the organization. And then you're asked to make a PowerPoint presentation, which is a very common thing you will find in your exam, to make a presentation. Instead of doing a presentation, you just prepare a memo. And then it's time to make the presentation. And then what is showing up is a Word document. That is not professionalism at all. So if you do that in your exam, you would lose marks. So let me be clear that that's why I say that communication is one professional skill that is reflected in all the professional skills, because regardless of any question you find testing professional skill, you would find that there's a presence of a format that the examiner has dictated you should use. Every question would dictate the format. Every question will dictate the format. So if you don't use the right format, I've said it to you in the class now, that if you don't use the right format, you will lose marks for that. So these are some of the little areas where you find people, I mean, it's so painful when I see candidates share with me their scores and I see very marginal scores like 48, 49. Sometimes I kind of think about it that there could have just been quite some easy marks that could have been left on the table, on exam day, right? But I'm going to talk about that under the exam success techniques, how to make sure you don't leave any mark on the table come your exam day. Your exam is June 8th, by the way, right? So that's about 3 weeks and 2 days from today. So how to make sure you don't leave any mark on the table for the examiner not to take away for you. So we're going to talk about that. So let me be clear on communication. It's very, very germane. Understanding the right format and also who you are communicating to. Are you communicating upwards? Are you communicating downwards? We'll talk about that in a bit. The second professional skill is on commercial acumen. And commercial acumen is really around what I would call having a broad business mindset. So what is commercial acumen? Making sure you understand what is it that makes a business very prosperous. And if you think about it, two key things stands out. A business is prosperous if their benefits, which should culminate in financial terms, but if they generate more benefits, far in excess of the cost that they incur. So it's simplistic if I use the term revenues, that is fine. But I'd rather say if they create more benefits, right, in excess of the cost that they incur. So one of the things that I'd like to look out for in a question on commercial acumen is understanding that some of the rationale or the points you'll be making has to be one that factors in the benefits outweighing the cost. It is not a proper display of commercial acumen if you make suggestions for the organization where the cost outweighs the benefits. That's not a good understanding of commercial acumen. So it makes commercial sense to an organization to do something if the benefits would outweigh the cost, right? So another way you can also think about commercial acumen is, because I use the term what makes business prosperous, is what are the wider factors can impact a business from achieving its objectives. Consideration of those things are also, so for example, regulatory adherence, adhering to the regulatory framework is also a very good understanding of commercial acumen. Organizations who don't understand that their organizations are bounded within the dictates of the laws and what the regime of the regulation is, don't display good understanding of this thing called commercial acumen. So sometimes there could be questions around risk. What are the sort of risks that can affect an organization? An organization wants to make a decision. What are some of the risks that they should look out for? And then the next thing you see, you display commercial acumen, for that particular question. So you must understand that a good display or good application of commercial acumen must also speak to understanding what can impact upon a business achieving the objective of becoming prosperous, if you like to use that term. So that's something about it. The third one in professional skills is on evaluation, and evaluation really is to hold a balanced view. As a professional or a strategic business leader in real life and even in your exam, there are situations where you must have a balanced understanding of what the issues really are. If we were to apply it to an exam question, evaluation will speak to understanding the pros and the cons, or if I use a term, understanding the advantages and the disadvantages in every question scenario that is put forward to you. So when they say evaluate, so for example, a very popular one can be evaluate the financial and non-financial performance, or it might just be a simple question that says evaluate the performance of an organization, right? So if you are doing that, you will speak to what is good about the performance of the organization, highlight it. What is bad so far we can see about the performance of the organization? Or if you like to use this term, which I like a lot, what could be better about the organization's performance? If you put up a structured report highlighting what is good, what could be better, That's a very good display of evaluation, right? So what is good? What could be better? I like to look at it that way. What is good and what could be better? What have the organization done right? What could the organization do better? Then that's a very good way to look at evaluation. So quite very common questions around strategic choices and organization. A very popular one. If you check the very first question in December 2018 was on a company called Highlight Co. The very first question was that Highlight Co was about to expand internationally, and then you needed to and then what are some of the key success factors that they needed to pay attention to as they were expanding into a new international terrain, which is a new country. So what were some of the key factors? And then the professional skill was that they should evaluate the key success factors. So what is it right that they've done, and how are they going to bring that to this new country? And what is it they've not always done right? And how should they ensure that they properly put in plans to ensure that they don't make those mistakes as they go into a new country? So it's a very common thing you find, in the workplace, in real life, right? So you would find situations where there might be decisions that, as a strategic business leader, you would have to take. And one of the things that is very, very common will be for you to have a second thought. Ask yourself before you make the decision, what are some of the positives that might accrue to the organization, and what are some of the risks the organization might face if you take that decision? A very good. So you see, one thing we say in leadership is that business leaders are not emotional people. They make decisions that will always be in the best interest of the organization, either in the short term or in the long term. That guides their decision making framework. But you see, in making those decisions, they must understand, what are the positive things that might accrue and what are some of the risks or areas the organization might fall short at, right? And then obviously what we then follow up would be to put in place mechanisms to ensure that the severity of some of those risks, should they crystallize, are not too severe, for the organization. So it's a very popular thing that the examiner likes to see, and the examiner will be interested in looking out for that if you are going to be tested on evaluation. So just think about what is good, what could be better, and then you lend yourself very neatly to getting your full marks. Most students actually do very well, from my experience, in questions around evaluation. The fourth one, in no particular order, is on analysis. And what I say about analysis, I always like to think about the term root cause analysis, right? So analysis speaks to investigating, just going deeper, in trying to understand the causative issues. What is the cause? So most times when you find questions on analysis, even though one of the things I noticed, save for a particular question, I think that question was in July 2020. Yeah. Save for that particular question. Most of the questions I've always seen when analysis are tested as a professional skill always tended to be financial analysis, until the question in July 2020 was around risk. So the logic is simple. Just try to understand what is the underlying issue. So you've got to do some investigation, right, in this sort of situation. So whenever you are doing an analysis, financial analysis, risk analysis, just really try and understand what are the causative issues. What is the cause of what the organization is currently experiencing, or investigate what is going on and trace it to the cause, to the cause of the action. So that is it on analysis, right? And then the last one, which I think that should come very natural to every SBL candidate or every ACCA candidate, if you think about it, is skepticism. The bigger word is professional skepticism. And that is an innate characteristic of an accountant. You must always, across every sphere of your dealings with clients, your professional dealings, you must embed professional skepticism. And that is really saying, do not accept data or information provided to you on its surface value. Look out for the possibilities of other things that might underline any information presented to you. There could be possibilities that things might have been misrepresented. It's very, very natural for an accountant, because in most of our duties as an accountant, and because we have a role to preserve the public trust that's been imposed on us, skepticism must be very natural. So someone provides a report to you, double confirm. Somebody gives you an analysis, double confirm. Somebody gives you a report, double confirm. Somebody provides a status update to you, double confirm. So you must always look out for this sort of situation. So every time that you are tested on skepticism, you must always open up, your mindset, as you respond to perhaps indicators that there clearly might be an alternative way to look at what is currently going on. So I'm going to give you very common examples I see in the exam around skepticism. So a very common one I've seen in the past, I think this was in December 2020. So you might find extract of a board meeting, and in the extract of a board meeting, the directors, we did a question actually, I think in September 2018 in the class, and we looked at a situation like that. Some directors or key participants might express a typical opinion. You might be called in as an external consultant and you might have a different opinion. So you might be told, to give your views, maybe to the board as a whole. And you are permitted to display skepticism in your understanding of what are some of the views of the other directors who perhaps give their own opinion. So one of the things that typifies how you respond to questions around skepticism is the use of negative connotations or negative connoted words, right? So for example, you might say things like, as much as I understand, I tend to differ. So things like that. You might use words like, this is the view that is being shared, but I respectfully think that this could have been treated this way. Could it be? So you might use words where you are respectfully, and this has to be emphasized, where you are respectfully differing, in views and in opinions. And when we see words like that, right, I think this could have been looked at differently. There's a temptation that we might not have considered this and coming up to this conclusion. It might be better if we have this sort of consideration. So when I see those words where I see respectfully disagreeing with the views that have been expressed, it's just a very good pointer to me that you're displaying that, that in anything around professional skepticism. So in terms of what the examiner might be looking out for, those sort of negative connotations in your words, right? Where you are somewhat respectfully disagreeing, taking a different view, and things like that. In addition, sometimes to questions around professional skepticism, because this was in a past question we treated at Ivy League, is the fact that as you also respectfully disagree, and this might be in a situation where you are communicating to a junior colleague, as you respectfully disagree, you also have to manage the emotions of the person. So one of the things that we did in the question on Kofod Construction Co. September 2018 is, as you were providing your response, applying skepticism, you also had to also praise the junior colleague in areas where he got it right. So we always call it like, and the examiner, and let me give you a very, let me give you a secret, right? So sometimes the examiner always tells us in class that when we give feedback to our students, we should take it like a sandwich approach, which is to say, always let your student know what they've done right and then how they could be better. So it does help, to have a best of both. So where am I going to with this conversation is that if you are applying professional skepticism, and if you think about it, it might be related to a junior audience. So maybe you're writing or you're reviewing the report of a junior colleague. Yes, you would respectfully disagree, but you've also got to manage the emotions around the interpretation of your skepticism. So you should always use words like where you thank the junior colleague for a work that has been done right, and also say, as much as this was done brilliantly, you could have done this in a different way. So you also want to manage that emotion. You don't want to apply skepticism in your criticisms or skepticism in your review, and then you're not denting the confidence, because part of the critical skills of a strategic business leader is really to build confidence and to groom their subordinates, really. So grooming successors is also a critical skill of a strategic business leader. So that's a high level overview of the syllabus, right? And so what is it that you need to know about SBL exam as we go deep is that your questions are designed to reflect real world. I'm so proud about ACCA because most of the times the questions I find in every diet somewhat reflects a recurring issue or a contemporary issue. So I'm going to give you a clue. And this is not by no means saying this is going to come out. I said I'm going to give you a clue. If you flash back on contemporary issues around the business industry, if you like, over the last couple of months, maybe that might just serve for what you might find in your exam. So the point is, your questions will reflect what's happening in the real world. All the scenarios, all the tasks, like we like to call questions in SBL, we call them task requirements. All your task requirements are reflective of real issues, real world issues, real world challenges. And so we want to put you in that frame where you are going to be tackling real issues that sometimes are relatable. The best students in Nigeria, in fact, interestingly, I mean that's one of my students, was also the best student globally in December 2018, right? For SBL, so the best SBL student for the December 2018 exam was also a Nigerian, right? Globally, I don't even mean Nigeria, but globally, right? And one of the things that shaped her performance in that exam was that she could relate to the questions, right? She could relate. I mean, she has a career with one of the big four. And so as she was providing responses, it sort of fitted into a particular experience that she'd had in one of the engagements she'd had in the real work. And so as she was writing, she really was somewhat interpreting, the questions, right? And the examiners love that sort of approach to the questions, where you're making it so relatable. Your points are really addressing the pain issues within the question. Every point is linked to a particular issue that you could find in the questions, right? So you're going to find real world challenges in your questions, and many a times are very relatable, right? If you're one with that sort of experience in the bag, very relatable, and you could relate with the questions, right? You will have several tasks. So we call this in SBL, we call them questions. So tasks are known as questions, right? So you would have several questions in your exam. So there has to be a right blend between the technical knowledge and the professional knowledge, right? Ethics is one very interesting one. I've had a webinar call where people said, so where do you find ethics? Will ethics be tested as part of embedded within the professional skill, or is ethics going to be tested within your technical skill? So let me be very clear in this response. It is an expectation at this level that every technical response must have some ethical firm footing in the response. So a response you provide must not be unethical. So ethics is embedded in your technical response. Just to give a direct clarity on that. Ethics is tested, and ethics, in fact, two ways ethics is tested in your exam. Within the leadership component of your exam, or of your technical knowledge, ethics is a broad topic there. So we call that topic professional ethics and the ethical code under leadership within your SBL syllabus. But beyond that, you don't give unethical responses. I'm going to give a very common one. When we speak about ethics, we really take the conversation when we speak about organizations to the concept of responsible organizations. So when we talk about ethical responses, it can also be from the perspective of the kind of things you suggest for the organization. So you must also ensure that you give suggestions that makes the organization very responsible. Who are the organizations responsible to? To their vast, diverse stakeholders, right? Shareholders, stakeholders, the government, the society, the environment, the natural environment, its people, their employees, their suppliers, etc. So a common one is suggesting to reduce costs, and then you now suggest things like underage labor. I've seen a question like that. And somebody was suggesting you can bring that cost by using some of the people from the rural community, and things like that, that will bring down cost, rather than using very experienced people. That's a clearly unethical response. So we don't promote child labor, and it's an ethical issue. One of the things we even talk about from the perspective of the organization is an organization must also ensure that even its supply chain adopts similar ethical practices. So you cannot say that an organization is ethical and the members of its supply chain, which includes its suppliers. So for example, a manufacturing organization and then their suppliers that can include their farmers are involved in unethical practices like child labor. So we cannot separate an organization from its supply chain. So ethics permeates in your technical responses. I wanted to add that. Okay, so I've spoken about the way the syllabus and the various syllabus areas. Very important, which I would speak to again, even in my wrapping up for today's class, but very important. Before you write your exam on June 8th, very, very important. I want you all to make sure that you would read certain documents, which I am also happy to share with all of you. Those documents include the following: the examiner's approach article. You should know the technical knowledge, and I'm going to spend my time in going into details for this one soon. I have a consolidated technical articles document for the SBL exam. I'm happy to share that with you. I recognize the presence of external people, non-Ivy League people on the call. I'm happy to share that with you. There is 2 documents on the marking guide, especially on the professional skills. I'm happy to share that professional skills marking guide document with you, so you somehow see how we grade professional skills, right? I'm happy to share that with you. And then you must have attempted some mock exam questions. I will speak to that under exam technique. I'm going to speak to this. I'm going to speak broadly about this. So what do I want you to know about your exam before we jump into the technical session? Your exam is going to be for 40 minutes. Now your exams are computer based. And even in my choice of the question we're going to look at today, I'm going to make reference to the computer based platform. So your exams are computer based exams. This might be a major change issue for some of our guys in the local market here in Nigeria. You must make sure, guys, make sure you attempt a question on the computer based platform. I would not be happy if there's anybody on this call who the very first time you'll be accessing the computer-based platform will be on exam day. I won't be very happy with you, right? Because you might just be shooting yourself on the foot. So I'm going to introduce you guys to the computer-based platform and the various ways to access the platform, and making sure that you also commit to attempting a question on the computer-based platform. All the questions are compulsory, so that helps for focus, and it's the same thing across all ACC exams anyway. So a beautiful thing about the SBL exam is that it's one scenario, so one case study around one firm. I've spoken about the spread of marks: 80% for technical knowledge, 20% for professional skills. Then another thing is information management, which I will speak to under exam techniques. You will be processing lots of information, and it's deliberate. It's deliberate. When I take you to the CB platform, you would see that your SBIT will contain about 7 different SBITs. So there's about 7 different SBITs. That is different from your question requirements. The question requirement for some questions can be as much as 7 or 8. So if you think about how many things you are clicking, you are going to click about 7 SBITs. You are going to click about 4 to 6 or 8 question requirements. You're also going to click on your response options, which can be your PowerPoint templates or your word processor or your spreadsheet analysis. So you find out that on the exam day, actually, one of the things that will take your time and that can add to your pressure, right, is that you're going to be going through lots of information. So information management is a key aspect of the SBL exam, but we're going to help you demystify that. So we've got proven strategies on how to manage all the information you would find on the exam day. Okay, I cannot emphasize again that please, it is not enough about the technical knowledge. As you understand the technical knowledge, know how to provide a professional approach in your response to that technical issue. Okay, what are the ways the information will be presented in your exam? So there's all sorts I've seen. I mean, in my time in SBL, I've been teaching the papers that are the bedrock of SBL since 2013. I've taught practically all the paper are the applied knowledge, right? I've taught all the papers there, from audits to financial management to tax to performance management, to law to financial accounting, and all that. So one thing I find is that in the SBL exam, the vast array of information source, right, is quite diverse. So you might see one of your SBTs might be a staff interview. You've got to process that, or the result of a survey that was conducted with the stakeholders in the organization, or a board of organization, their reports, or even the minutes of a board of directors meeting, or extract from a website, maybe the about us page, the about our products page, things like that, or a press article. You would process all that information looking for very important things, or extract of the financial reports, or an integration reports extract, or an email. In fact, a very interesting one that comes out a lot sometimes is a confidential email, right? I've seen all sorts. Or memos will be shared with you, spreadsheets, pictures. One of the specimen questions contained a fraud analysis that was shown on a spreadsheet. You need to analyze, the pattern, in the revenue, in the cash inflow, to look for fraud. Or some tables with diagrams, all sorts, right, of information. So you've got to be able to understand, how to identify critical information when you see any extract of information that will be shared with you. So all the things you'll be doing in your exam can range from the following, right? I was just doing an analysis one day on possible exam questions that I see in terms of the narratives, how they're always used, those task requirements, analyze the external environment, analyze the governance structures, analyze the culture, analyze the capabilities. If you are big on past questions, you'll be very familiar with all these sort of responses. But I'm going to point you to models that will help you in some of these analyses. Assess the position of the company, evaluate the performance, consider the future outlook of an organization. What are the strategic problems and opportunities, that an organization can identify? What are some of the risks? What are some of the internal controls? What strategic choices, are available to an organization? How do they implement change? We're going to talk about this, and I'm going to link you to some models, right? I have this model list that I share with my candidates just to see what models are very useful. But I'll tell you something about models before you jump and get too excited that I want to share with you a list of models. Let me save this for this part for the exam technique. I'm going to come back and talk about this, right, under exam technique. Okay, so these are the 8 areas. Can I do something I do in my class, right? I don't underestimate you, but I just like to do it as part of an exercise just to shake us up. Can I just have people just say to me, and I'm happy if you want to unmute the mic, and just let's just have people list out the 8 technical areas in the SBL exam. Can we just do that? I like to do this in my class just so that I know that we all understand the broad themes of the course. So who is happy to go first?
Hi, Jojo.
Yes, sir.
Organizational control and audit.
All right, so that's one. Let me hear from another person.
We have governance.
Strategy.
All right, so there's a strategy. I hear governance. That's 3 out of the way.
Risk.
That's 4.
Leadership.
Leadership. That's 5. Let's go on. We've got 3 more.
Control.
Organizational control. Okay, go on. Innovation.
Innovation.
Yeah, performance. Yeah. And there's 4 more.
Change management, project management.
I've heard that. There's one I've not heard.
Technology and data analytics.
Yeah, technology and data analytics. All right. And then obviously, I'm sure someone mentioned finance. Okay, so let's talk about it. And what should you know? And I'm going to be making reference to past exam questions on these aspects and what has been tested in the past. So the first one I want to speak on is leadership. Leadership is so central. You will find it. Now, let me say something to you guys. Your exam is applied. So let me be clear. There are no theoretic questions. Or maybe the word is not theoretic. Maybe I shouldn't use the term theoretic. There are no direct knowledge questions, which is a knowledge question. So, for example, what is the advantage of having a risk committee? That kind of direct knowledge question that is not related to the scenario. So every question is applied. Meaning that any question that will be asked in an SBL exam has to make reference, or you must reference the scenario in providing your response. So there are no direct knowledge, or if I like use the term rote learning. I think this is the term the examiner likes to use. There are no rote knowledge questions. There are no rote knowledge questions. What is leadership? Nobody's ever going to ask you about that. What is the advantage of a transformational leadership? Nobody's going to ask you that. But you can have applied questions. So, for example, what are some of a very interesting one I like on leadership? You might be told that what are some of the considerations that the nomination committee should take into consideration? I mean, what are some of the considerations that the nomination committee should look into in their choice of the new set of directors that will be recommended for a particular organization? So you would have seen what was missing in terms of leadership gaps. And then those leadership gaps that were absent is then some of the things that the organization should be looking out for. So for example, it's very common to say maybe a deep understanding of the industry knowledge. You want a director, you want to recruit an executive director or a managing director for an organization, he must have deep understanding of the industry, because it's going to be competing with other players within the same industry. So how does he outperform his industry competitors? So you would not find questions that will ask you. That's why I'm explaining this. What are the qualities of leaders? You would see questions that do suggest to you an absence or a need to have a presence of qualities or sound leadership qualities. So you'll be speaking to those issues in your responses. And by speaking to it, that means that you cannot really do so well in that question if you don't understand the qualities that are expected from a leader. Another question I like, that question was in specimen 2 of the SBL question. I think there was a CV, question 4. So if my memory serves me right, question 4. 2 CVs of a potential. So they were trying to recruit somebody to come in as the CEO of a company called Railco, a public sector entity. And what were they looking out for? That was part of the things you'll be looking out for. So what sort of qualities should this particular leader, which in this case is CEO, what should he possess? So there were some points, one CV had something with deep understanding of that industry, one had an experience in a leadership position. So all those sort of trade-offs were there within these CVs. So, something with the SBL question. Let me also add this, right? These are part of exam techniques. There is no standard right or wrong answer in SBL because it's all perspective. And every perspective can have its own merits depending on how you apply them. There is no standard right or wrong answer. So in that particular question, which is very common with most SBL questions, is the strength of the argument that you bring to the table that really will qualify you for a mark. There are no standard right answers. 2 different people, and you can think about this in how you say board of director meetings, if you've ever participated in one or if you witnessed one. You can watch some of this on YouTube. There are quite a lot of videos, where you can just watch a typical board meeting, right? And you will see, and that really speaks to how boards, should be well diverse and the selection of those who will come into a board, right? They would agree on a fundamental, which is around how value is created in the organization, but they might differ in approach. And sometimes it's even good so that it ensures that they would have covered a wide variety of risk in coming to a particular conclusion. So let me be clear that in your exam, nobody is going to ask you what's the difference between leadership and management. Nobody is going to ask you what's the difference between entrepreneurship. But if you understand the concept, you can tell where it is evident. So it could be a question that says, identify some of the factors that have made Ivy League PLC very successful. Some of it can be traced to the leadership. So if you understand the qualities of good leadership, understand how that helps an organization create value, also understand the shortcomings with bad leadership and how that affects an organization, you can do well. So you're not going to get knowledge questions, but they're questions that are going to be applied to the scenario. So what are some of the qualities of good leadership? So let me ask you, because on June 8th, a lot of you are going to be making comments around good leadership qualities. So who's happy to go first? Let me take you. I'm looking at the group and seeing if there's anybody who is raising their hand, right? So what are some of the qualities of good leadership?
A good leader should be able to lead from the front.
Okay.
That's leadership by example.
Okay. Okay. That's fair enough. Can I hear from somebody else? Qualities of good leadership.
Alright.
Quincy.
A good leader brings about change. Okay.
Can I go?
Yeah, go on.
Yes.
Let's have go on first.
Okay, a good leader should be able to inspire.
Inspiration. Brilliant. Yeah. Should be able to inspire. Yeah. So you look out for things like that, right? In the scenario. Let me hear more.
Okay, so
Hello,
a
Jojo.
good leader should be able to achieve the goal of the organization by coordinating the activities of others. So it should be goal-oriented and motivate subordinates.
Brilliant. Someone called my It's gone.
A good leader should be hello.
Go on. I can hear you.
A good leader should be able to influence others and also be able to delegate.
Influence. Okay, I've got a hand raised. I think you want to make a comment. I think I've got Toby.
Yeah.
Toby.
Yeah, I was one that actually talked. I said a good leader should be able to achieve the goal of the organization. So it should be goal-oriented and motivate subordinates to achieve the objective.
All right. Okay, I've got Chiamaka. Chiamaka, your hand is raised. You want to share with us?
Yeah, I wanted to say a good leader should be able to drive change in the organization.
Brilliant. Yeah. Very good. I've got Endurance. Your hand is up. You want to speak to us?
Yes, I'd say vision, right? And that ties to change, as the previous speaker said. So vision and then the ability to communicate it. It's pretty important.
Okay. Brilliant. Yeah, communication of the vision. Very, very essential. Very, very essential. In fact, most of the time, that's really what it is, right? You've got this big strategic vision you've got for the organization, and then you are the one who is somewhat simplifies or symbolizes what that is. And then as you get your team going, you've got to be able to break it down to them in a way that they are able to relate with that grand vision. Okay, I've got one more hand raised, and that will be it for the call. So I've got Fola. Jimo's hand is raised.
Thank you. A good leader should have good sense of direction of organization.
Yeah.
Then you should have integrity.
All right, cool. Brilliant. So what am I saying here? This is nothing you all don't know, but you will find some questions in your exam speaking about these issues. So if you understand what the qualities of a good leadership entails, where it is absent, you should be able to tie that to the question. Where it is present, and then you want to speak to it, you should be able to say it. So it is very, very germane, and it's one of such things that you're going to find across your exams that you find yourself repeatedly doing. So that is very good. And we'll do more of this sort of questions. So I like a very interactive class, as we speak. All right. So you guys have done a good job with this. So one of the things we talk about is there's a difference between leadership and management, right? And what is the difference so literally, right? I will speak to the syllabus. I know that I've had sessions with SBL where I found people in different management positions in the organizations, and you might want to have your own view, but I'm speaking from the syllabus perspective. The difference, according to the SBL syllabus, between a leader and a manager is a function of the organization's hierarchy. And let me explain what I mean by this. The organization can designate you as the head of a department, as the head of a division. The organization's hierarchy makes you a manager because you've got responsibility for managing a team or a people or a portion of the organization. But what we are saying, according to the SBL syllabus, is that leadership is not tied necessarily to the organization's hierarchy. So the point is that you could have managers who are not leaders, and you could also have leaders and not managers. So according to the syllabus, the difference is that if you follow the organization's hierarchy, then people who have those sort of positions of authority are managers. But what we want to create is that those managers should not necessarily be getting the results because it is linked to the hierarchy in the organization, but because they are imbibing leadership principles. So what is the point here is that the employees within an organization should be able to create value as they are led by these people in the positions of authority, not because the organization hierarchy stipulates, but because the leader is able to optimize the best out of them. So that is really why we try to say, you know what, understand the difference between leadership and management. So my point is that we want you all to get the best out of the team, the best out of the organization, not because it is a function of the organization's hierarchy, but because that is really what it entails. So when you find yourself with responsibility over people, you've got to make sure that you can get the best out of them, not necessarily because career paths are tied to these decisions or there'll be penalties for that, but because leadership entails inspiring people. So if I didn't explain leadership because I wanted to speak to the understanding, but quite frankly, according to the syllabus, a leader is anybody who is able to influence a group of people towards achieving the cause for the organization. Right? A leader is anyone who can influence a group of people towards the cause of the organization. So there's a lot around influence, and also it is purpose oriented. You don't find you leading. Leadership is just not an exercise because it has to be there. It is, you want to influence people to achieve a cause for the organization. Okay, another thing again that can be present in a question or absent is understanding this thing around entrepreneurship versus intrapreneurship. The principles are found between the two, but there is a thin line between what makes you an entrepreneur and what makes you an intrapreneur. And that is the issue about the final risk. Where does the final risk reside? So who are entrepreneurs? Quite broadly speaking, entrepreneurs are people who take a risk to go into a particular venture, and that involves deploying their own resources. And in doing that, there are expectations around creating value for themselves. Now, so if you look at some of the things that I just explained in this definition on entrepreneurship, so it include things like they take risk, they deploy capital, they have some expectations of a return. Can we also apply this within the workforce, within an organization? Can you find leaders within the organization taking calculated risk for the organization? Yes. Can you find leaders within the organization committing the organizations to deploy resources towards a cause? Yes, you can find that. Can you find these people in doing all of that also having expectations around returns? Yes. So the point is that when you find employees, people who work in organizations demonstrating these skill sets around entrepreneurship, then we say that that is intrapreneurship. So let me be clear that entrepreneurs are entrepreneurs who are working within the organization. Or a term that somebody has said to me in the class is that entrepreneurs are employees who think and act like entrepreneurs. So the point is that those principles in entrepreneurship can still be applied even as an employee. And there are quite a lot of organizations you find. If you look at very high performing organizations, one of the things you find is that you find out that the organization creates an atmosphere that allows people to unleash, that allows people to take calculated risk, that allows people to make informed decisions for the organizations at different levels. So you find out that people can make decisions, people can take calculated risk for the organization, right? So you can find that. And when you find such being displayed, then that is what we refer to as intrapreneurship. So you might see that. So when you're discussing some of the things, that underpin the success of an organization, you might want to speak to a culture of intrapreneurship. That yes, as much as these are employees, but they're also very entrepreneurial in their views, entrepreneurial in the way they take decisions for the organization. Is this point sort of clear? Do you understand what I mean around entrepreneurship?
Yes, Jojo.
Yeah, we do. Very clear.
All right,
Yeah,
cool.
thank you.
Okay. A lot of you spoke about change management. Yeah. One thing we find, and that we speak to the broad types of leadership. So let me speak about that for the purpose of your exam. In an SBL exam or in an SBL class, we sort of say we've got two broad types of leadership. And I'm going to explain what I mean by the two broad types of leadership. The first one is transactional leadership. And what I want you to do is you might use terminologies like this when you're analyzing the quality of leadership in the exam. And the second one is transformational leadership. All right. So we broadly look at it as the two broad approaches to leadership, transactional or transformational. So let me start with the first one, right? Transactional. So leadership is transactional, where people are just playing their roles within the organization. So, for example, a leader gives out instructions and the subordinates obey. A leader comes up with a strategy and the people he presides over, adopts the strategy. Very transactional. You do what I have to do, I do what I have to do. Very transactional. If you sort of think about what can happen, or at best, what you can find in this sort of organization is that you find that they might just, be making modest progress. Everyone just doing what they should do because they are clearly defined roles. A leader sets the direction and then he cascades to his direct reports, right, or his followers, if you like to use that term, and they adopt it. But we've seen that high-performing organizations are organizations who know that the leadership there have a lot more to do other than just perform their functions. They've got to be able to inspire the atmosphere within the organization. They've got to be able to make sure that they get the best out of everyone within the organization. And you know what that really speaks to? When you find this sort of people at work in the organization, something you find is that they are change agents. So when we speak about transformational leadership, we are speaking about leadership that introduce positive changes within the organization. In fact, they go as far as altering the strategies. So you find a lot of the times, if you read in the press and read about some of the very popular organizations, right, or the high-performing organizations, you hear terms like, we build our 5-year strategy, we build our 4-year strategy, they refresh those strategies periodically, and many of them even communicate it to their stakeholders. So there are quite a lot of high-performing organizations that you can even go on their website and see their short-term or long-term strategy. If you want to see their 5-year strategy, their 4-year strategy, their 6-year strategy, etc. So when you find that you've got this sort of people altering the culture within the organization, affecting the sort of mindset within the organization, periodically rethinking and refining the strategy within the organization, then that is transformational leadership. So let me be clear. At a very base level is transactional leadership, which is people playing their roles, dishing out transactions. There is nothing wrong with it, but it's just that with the transactional leadership, you can only get maybe at best improvements. But if you really want to get significant results, if you want to be a high-performing organization, you must have transformational leaders within the organization. So they affect the culture. So who are transformational leaders and what are examples in an SBL question that tells you that transformational leadership is present? Strategy will be altered, or if you like to use the term, will be modified, right? The culture of the organization would always respond to that, so there will be a change within that. And you find things around motivation and influence. Someone gave an example of the leader leading from the top. So now I know if I asked a very simple question, I know what the answer is, but I'm just still going to ask. So ultimately, at the end of the day, right, what sort of leader should what sort of leadership approach should a strategic business leader take to the organization? Transactional or transformational?
Transformational.
So I brilliant. I mean, brilliantly said. So I want you to look out for your exam questions, right? And be able to speak to an issue around a lack of transformational leadership. Transactional leadership doesn't take the organization anywhere. It is base level. It is counterproductive for organizations that are trying to keep up with the pace and the trend within their industry. So I just want you to appreciate this point in your exam. So because we adopt, we recommend, we want you as strategic business leaders to be transformational leaders, we then have to tie it into culture. Because like I said, they affect the strategy, they affect the culture, they affect the psyche, the motivation, right, within the organization. So a central part of leadership is understanding culture. Culture has come up twice in your SBL exam, and it can come up. So I want you to be able to understand the role that leadership plays in culture. And the role is that if you have transformational leaders, or if you have leaders with purpose, they somewhat always are responsible. So look, it's a very common thing to say, right? Even at work, in the practice, at work, that if you look out for an organization and you look at the CEO in the organization, you'll be able to see his footprints in the culture in the organization. So I know we've got the presence of people from outside the country, but I also want you, I mean, there are quite a lot of people on the call, people from South Africa, from Mauritius, from Lesotho, from Namibia, from all over the place, where we have our ACC presence in Africa. I just want you to think about some of the very popular CEOs in your countries, and also for those in Nigeria. If you think about those CEOs and think about them, and tell me if you can sort of see their persona, if you can sort of see their persona reflected in the organization, yes, you'll find that. So transformational leaders affect the organizational culture, somewhat depicts their person, their personality is represented in the culture of the organization. So you've got to think about this. We've got a model, right? Talking about models, we've got a model for doing a cultural assessment, right? Quite very popular models we use for doing a cultural assessment. There's a model called the cultural web. There's a model called the cultural web. But I'm going to say something before I touch on this model so that I know that I've been very clear with the class. Let me make a point on model so that I know I'm very clear on that. Models in SBL. I have quite a lengthy list of models. And to be honest, you could cover as much as even 50 or 60 models. But two things I'm going to say in the exam. There are no marks. I want to be clear with this. There are no marks for models. For stating a model, there are no marks for stating a model. No marks at all. The marks are for application of the model. So think about a model as a guide. So I'm going to give you a very good example. A question might be that a new investor or a new set of investors wants to take over a company, and they've identified the right fit for the CEO. So maybe it's a venture capitalist introducing equity funding and also demanding to provide the new leadership or the new overall leadership, which is to provide the CEO for the organization. Now, the first task the CEO wants to do, he has engaged you as an external consultant, is to understand the current culture within the organization. Now, a model that comes to mind, and who is happy to tell us a model for cultural assessments? Who is happy to just go so it doesn't look like I'm just saying it?
Cultural web.
Brilliant. Okay, so there's a model called the cultural web. Now, this cultural web, which is typified by looking at culture from about 7 perspectives. What are they? I have a mnemonic for it. I call it PPCROSS. Right? Cool. So the first P meaning paradigm. The second P meaning power structures. The C meaning control systems. R meaning routines. And rights, if you like, sometimes we use the term rituals. O meaning organizational structure. S meaning stories. And then the last one meaning symbols. Now, this is what I want to say to you. And I want to be very clear with that. You come to your exam and you talk about the cultural web. Speak on it. 0 mark, no mark. In fact, if you spend a lot of time explaining what they mean and you stop at it, what I can even say to you as a marker is that you've even wasted your time. The marks are for applying this. So for example, let me take each of them. So I start with symbols. Symbols means brands. What symbolizes the organization? So you are doing a cultural assessment. You want to ask yourself, so the various things that symbolizes this organization, how strong are they? So in the top of the mind of the customers, how strong is their brand value? The buildings or the edifice, the building structures, how connected are they to the customers? So is there a consistency in the building structure? Can you link that to the brand? So for example, is this a company that uses the same sort of facade, the same sort of interior look and feel across the entirety of the operations? So if you find the organization situating a branch or opening up a subsidiary in the northern part or in the western part or in the eastern part, are they all consistent? So is there a consistency in the way the building structures look, in the way their brands are? Are there variations to the brand? Things like that. You want to look out for those sort of things. So in the application of those things, you look out for things like that. Are we going to preserve some of these symbols if we come in? So is this, for example, are we going to do a brand refresh? That comes under symbols. So it is the application, not the fact that I have stated or I've used the model that matters, but how I use the model to speak to the cultural issues within the organization. Take, for instance, another one is stories, right? We used to say the full word is stories and myths. Most organizations have always, held what I would call popular concepts that guides their thoughts around what shaped the growth of the business. So I know organizations that would say, in the initial stages of the organization, that everyone used to come together and have like a get together at the end of the month and just have like a get together session. And then as the organization grows, they talk about how that team bonding built and shaped the sort of feeling and mood within the organization. So some of the things that you will find is that some of these stories drive, or you might hear stories in the organization or myths in the organization that said, that this business actually started as a product of a hobby of a founder, and then the founder also got two people who shared a similar hobby, and then from the hobby they now grew it to becoming a commercial interest. From being a commercial interest, it now became a business. My point is that because what is culture? Culture is a broad term that speaks to the way people do things, or we like to say in Nigeria, the way of life. So if you want to understand what we mean by organizational culture, means the way things are done in an organization. So part of the things we look at for in the cultural assessment is, are there some popular stories that have shaped the way things are done in the organization? So if you think clearly, even about the respective organizations where you work, there will be some popular stories that have guided, the existence, that have shaped the growth, that somewhat justifies. So you might have strategic sessions, and before the strategic sessions, maybe the CEO might want to share a story about a defining moment in the organization. Maybe there was a regulatory hurdle that needed to have been scaled, and then to scale this, the organization had to do this. So if you think about it properly, you would find that most organizations actually have a story that somewhat, everyone can relate to, that might be like a sort of fulcrum or a galvanizer to everyone. So when you think about this story, maybe it can be a story about the humble beginnings, or it can be a story about the founder's passion, or it can be a story about how the organization, sort of like navigated their paths in very defining moments. So when you look out for those kind of stories, will they be preserved most times, or how important are they to an organization? Any CEO who is going to come and wants to sort of influence the culture has to understand, do you have some of these fundamental stories that shape what makes this organization very thick and thin? So before you come in and then want to change the way things are, you might want to ask yourself, what are some of these popular stories and myths that guard, the essence of this organization? Is this, guys, on stories and myths?
Yes.
All right. So so my point is that there are no marks for the models. The marks are for the application, which is that I take each of them, I look out for it. So organizational structure. What sort of organizational structure? Are they using a flat structure? Are they using a functional structure? Are they using a network structure? Is it a divisional structure? Then you speak to the issues you can find in the question. So there are no marks for stating a model. If I spent my time explaining all these things, I get no mark. And not just, it's painful that you don't get the marks, but also there's an opportunity cost, because the time you spent doing that is as good as not doing anything and spending that time in another question. So just to be clear on that. All right. Now, professionalism is something that I will speak to a lot, and also you should demonstrate it. So every response should have professionalism embedded in it. ACCA has its professional ethic code. I will tell you that questions that speak to ethical issues, let me tell you my preference. Let me give you my preference. We've got some models for ethics, right? We've got the Tucker's model. We've got the 7-question model, right? We've got the Tuckerman's 5 model, right? Is it right? Is it fair? Is it sustainable? Etc. So we've got 2 models on ethics. But let me tell you my candid view. I like that if you have a question around an ethical implication, just speak to what is wrong about it. So take a commonsensical approach. And if that will also help me to explain the point about model, let me also tell you guys that there's a model called freelancing. I've been teaching this for a while, and I know how this works. I think that if you don't want to box yourself up into a model, because look, the thing with models is not even the fact that it's the application of the models, but it's also the fact that not all aspects of a model can even be very relevant. So we always say that apply a model, not that you fit it. Don't do model fitting. Don't let a model fit into a response you want to get. Let a model give you the framework to get the answers, or to provide the answers to the examiner. So something that can work for someone really is that you might want to take a freelance approach, which is not to adopt or to be restricted to a particular model. So you might just want to take things on its merit. So go for every point. What sort of points do you think? So I need to make about 5 distinct points. Look at the scenario. What is the question speaking to? And then you apply it. You will never be told. You would never be told to use a model in your SBL exam. You would never be told. So if you think that you might be under exam pressure in terms of understanding, I mean, there are quite a lot of models. There's Pestel, there's SWOT analysis, and there's the Potter's 5 forces, there's the Potter's diamond, there's the cultural web analysis. There are quite a lot of models in the exam. You might say to yourself that maybe I just want to address the issues as I see them, and that might help you. I call that the freelance approach. So I just want you to know that I like that approach for questions on ethics, which is really, don't restrict yourself to saying, is it right? Is it fair? Could it be better? Or the other model will ask you, what are the facts of the case? What are the next possible options for the case? What is the best likely option? I might not want you to take that approach. I just want you to simply address what is wrong in the exam and just go for it. So that's the kind of approach that I would recommend for you if you ask me in your exam. So that's it on leadership. So let's go to the next one, right? Governance. So for governance, if you think about leadership, the conversation was a lot around the people leading. Now, but governance is a well laid out structure for providing leadership within the organization. So broadly, governance refers to the way organizations are directed, the way organizations are run, the way organizations are controlled. There are broad ways in which questions on governance can be tested. A very popular one is to identify the agency relationships. So the whole concept of an agency relationship is that in every organization, an agency relationship does exist where there is someone who is appointing an agent, because you're an agent. In fact, the word agent actually implies that you are acting on behalf of someone. You're an agent means that you are acting instead of somebody. So we say in terms of business or in a governance class that you are an agent of a principal. So a principal appointed you, and then you are an agent on their behalf. So an agency relationship does exist where a principal has appointed an agent to act on their behalf. Now, if you think about this concept of a principal appointing an agent who is someone who will act on their behalf, and quite frankly, in a business, we also even go further to say that the agents also have a fiduciary duty, which is a duty of care, a duty of loyalty, a duty of doing what is right to the agent, right? So if you think about it, within the formation in a business, there are quite several types of agency relationships. There are quite a lot of them you can think about, right? So I'll give you very common examples.
Sorry,
okay. Yeah.
Can you please harp on the fiduciary duties again, please?
All right. Okay, cool. So I said that in an agency relationship, the agent owes. So if you check the term fiduciary, literally means a duty of care. I can stretch that to say due care, a duty of trust, a duty of loyalty, a duty to act in their best interests. If you think about the kind of relationship we have with our auditors, that's a fiduciary duty. The auditor owes the owners of the business. He has a fiduciary duty to the owners of the business. If you think about what happens when the shareholders appoint a new board or appoint a director, the director owes a duty of care to act in their interest. Trust has been imposed on you, so you must always act in a way where you act in their best interest, a duty of ensuring that you do what is right for them at all times, which is really to say you submerge, or not, the word might not be submerge, right? You don't, as much as possible, you push down your own personal interest. What must always take priority has to be the interest of your principal. So you make sure that your own interest as an agent never at any point in time even competes. That the most important thing at the back of your mind should be the interest of your principal. Is this kind of clear? So the relationship your lawyer owes to you. So when you have a lawyer go to represent you in the court, that's also an agency relationship. And your lawyer owes you a duty of care to act in your best interest. The same thing too, you have a personal financial manager or a personal accountant to act in your own best interest, to protect you within the confines of the law, within the confines of what is right. So a duty of due care. And really is, I think the terminology I used to say that your own interest comes, is priority to your agents, the interest of the principal. Is this clear, sir?
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
All right, that's fine. So there will be examples of things like that. And you see, when I'm saying anything to you, I want you to think about it from the perspective of find out where these things are present in your SBL exam. Find out when they are also absent. So, because some of the points you can make, every time we are giving a guide to our marking in SBL, one thing the examiner always says, and even for you as a student, if you go and check some of the past questions available on the website, if you go to the answer segment, you would always see some asterisk underneath it. The model answers that are being issued by the SBL team, they would always tell you that it's quite longer than what is feasibly possible, because these are responses aggregated from a team. And what they try to do is to merge the various inputs from a team. So they would always tell you that it is impossible to provide that sort of responses under time condition. But beyond that, they will always put in asterisk and go and check any of that, that this by no means represents the totality of the sort of responses that can be provided to those questions. So I want you to know that as you look at your questions in the exam, that there are various points that you can deduce from those questions. So look out for a presence of an agency relationship. Is the agent acting? Is his fiduciary duty questionable? So look out for those things. All right, I'm going to skip on some of these things because I know some of them can be very easy, but if there's anyone you think you want me to go back, I'll be very happy to touch on. The concept of stakeholder analysis. Stakeholder is wider than shareholders. In the earlier set of corporate governance, the way organizations were run was about ensuring that they deliver value proposition for their shareholders. That was the focus in the past. But now, the conversation has been elevated to now saying it's not just about our shareholders, but can also extend to other people who have a legitimate stake in the affairs. Stake actually literally means interest. And so a lot of people might be interested in the affairs of the organization. They might not have a financial stake in the business, but and we also have a duty to them. So I'll give you, for example, the environment or the local community, the local society. For every time that a business is mismanaged, right, we don't actually think about it in terms of what impact would that have. So it translates to the variety society as taking more people out of the employed market to the unemployed, and also releasing quite a pipeline of families, in terms of losing their source of livelihood. But more importantly is that some of the societal benefits that those businesses were contributing, they won't be there again. So if you think about businesses offering corporate social responsibility, by the time those businesses, for some instance, maybe due to an infraction from a regulatory standpoint or pure mismanagement, they won't be able to offer those services. So the point is that businesses should realize that they actually have a duty to ensure that they take into cognizance the interests of all their stakeholders. In analyzing your stakeholders, there's a very beautiful model that comes to mind. Is somebody happy to tell us what model best helps us with an analysis of our stakeholders and how we can respond to our stakeholders?
The Mendello.
All right, awesome, brilliant. So you might want to look out for some of these things in your exam, the Mendello's matrix, and how they can be very relevant, in analyzing your stakeholders. Okay. Governance scope and approaches. One of those theoretic things. I'm going to speak to what is relevant for you. You are not going to find it in your exam in terms of a theoretic question. So there are basically two approaches to governance you find world over. Either you take a principle-based approach or you take a rule-based approach. And the difference is quite very straightforward. For a rule-based approach, which is very popular in the United States of America, is that the organizations are run based on their adherence to a strict set of rules. Now, the issue with that is that the reality is that it might not be very, because you see, business is ever evolving and the climate is also ever evolving. It might be foolhardy to think that it's possible for an organization to come up with a vast amount of list of all the possible rules. So you find out, if you think about, the advance now in payment systems, you find out right now that when you think about how organizations can comply with making payments and facilitating payments, right, or receiving payments or ensuring payments are being made to some of their supply chain participants, you find out that there are quite a lot. One thing we would say in taxation, for those who are in tax practice, is that there's a lot of conversation around, taxation of the digital economy. So new tax laws are coming up, right? And this will be guiding new regulations as we're trying to understand. So in Nigeria, locally in Nigeria, the issue around significant economic presence is such a very big thing, for international firms participating in the country. Do they have a significant economic presence? What qualifies for that? How can that be established? How can transactions that you do with them be taxed? Things like that are being brought to the fore, in the realm of taxation, right? So you will find that a limitation with looking at a rule-based approach is that it might not be possible to cover the entirety of the rules that can govern an organization. Now, that also lies in another problem. Therein lies another problem, which is the fact that there might be a tendency to over-regulate a firm if you take a rule-based approach. So I want you to look at the governance approach in your question on the exam day. Are they taking a rule-based approach? Are they taking a principle-based approach? So I might have highlighted shortcomings with rule-based approach. It's not possible to cover the entirety of the rules. There's a tendency to over-regulate people, making the organization so rigid that might even have an impact on innovation. But it also have some sort of advantages. A good advantage with a rule-based approach is that it breeds clarity in adherence to the governance approach style, because you simply know what the rules are, and then you understand that there will be sanctions or fines for an infraction or a non-adherence to those rules. So it's very easy for people to comply because everyone understands what the rules are and what the dictates are. So it's very easy for clarity and also easy for compliance. The alternative approach to a rule-based approach is a principle-based approach. And in a principle-based approach, the idea is that, look, let's move away from a focus on complying with the rules, but each rule was set out for an objective. So what is the underlying principles behind the rules? So let's go deeper than that. So we call this in corporate governance a comply or explain approach. Is that what the organization in the SBL exam might be doing? Are they doing a comply or explain approach? Simply put, that people are either adhering or providing reasons why they are not adhering to that. So there are pros and there are cons to that, right? So if you think about the negatives or the cons associated with a rule-based approach, that provides a benefit for the principle-based approach. So principle-based approach, it allows for flexibility in application. So you can apply it as it deemed fits. It also allows the managers within the organization make effective decisions and respond properly, right? So that helps. But in terms of disadvantage, there's no defined clarity, on how we administer our corporate governance rules, because it can be subjectivity interpretation and in application. All right, so that also extends to it. So something again you should be able to identify in your exam. Can you identify instances where there are weaknesses in the corporate governance systems? So there are quite a lot of them. I'll give you an example of one, but let me just share several examples. I want to make this interactive, right? Examples of weaknesses or deficiencies in the corporate governance system in an organization. So let me give you one. Where you find that the CEO is playing the same role of a chairman. So a CEO is also the chairman. That is an example of a weakness in the corporate governance structure. Can somebody tell me another weakness in the corporate governance system? Let's just give me practical examples you can see that can tell you that there are weaknesses or issues.
When the percentage of the executive director is more than the non-executive director.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So more executive directors. Yeah, that's also very good. If you want to raise your hand, that's fine. I'm tracking it for my other device.
Where there are no appropriate committees set up for the organization. Example,
right.
No audit committee, no risk committee, no remuneration committee.
All right. Okay, that's cool.
Also, where there are no diversities.
Okay. Somebody's trying to talk. So I heard you, the last person, where there's no diversity in the composition of the board. I'd also like to hear from our diaspora students as well. From those outside Nigeria, it would be nice to hear your thoughts on weaknesses in the corporate governance system.
Maybe where they're in an audit committee, all the members none of them has financial experience.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. When inductions or CPD is lacking, and
there are no continuous professional development. Right, the directors don't undergo continuous professional development. Brilliant. That's brilliant. Brilliant.
I think when the chairman of the company is also the audit chairman committee, it's also one of the.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, you guys are all. I mean, that's spot on. Thanks for that. I still want to hear from the guys, maybe in a subsequent question, from the guys joining the call from out of Nigeria. All right, that's cool. Okay, so speaking about board committees, it can be tested in the exam. There are quite a vast array of the board committees. So I refer to some of them as the standing board committees. The audit committee, the risk committee, the remuneration committee, and also the nomination committee. So let me be clear, right? So the audit committee serves several purposes, or let me even take that as a feedback from the class. Let me even just straight open so that, I mean, it doesn't look like I'm just speaking alone. Who is happy to share with us? Just give me two functions of the audit committee. I really want to hear from the international guys, right? Two functions of the audit committee.
They are responsible for monitoring the internal audit function and also appointing an external auditor for the company.
All right, that's fine. So actually, they sort of act like the handshake. So between the shareholders and the organization. So the external auditors report, and share their findings with the audit committee. Even the internal auditor as well to also report to the board through the audit committee as well too. And issues around the remuneration, the appointment, the welfare of the external auditors as well too. Those issues are also being dealt with at the level of the audit committee. Right. And let me also add something about the composition of the audit committee. Very important, right? So for the audit committee, it's one of those committees that are wholly made up of non-executive directors. That's also for independence as well too, right? Because we'll be considering the findings from the external auditors report, and you don't want to have a situation where the guys who prepare these reports are also the same guys sitting on, the recommendations or the findings from that report. So that is fine. Who is happy to talk to us about the risk committee? Can I just get somebody? I really want an international person as well on the functions of a risk committee.
They implement the risk management process.
All right, yeah. So they oversee, and set the direction for the implementation of the risk management functions within the organization. Okay, perfect. Right. So it's fine to have this sort of committee have some executive members. In fact, ideally, it shouldn't even be made up of non-executive directors solely. You're going to have a problem with that, because in responding to the findings or to the outcomes of some of those risks are quite very operational in nature, that they can be dealt with quite at a very operational level. So some decisions could need to be made almost instantaneously. So for such situations, you don't want to have a situation where you have the membership of the risk management committee being non-executive directors, which means that the frequency of their meeting will be at some defined period, maybe perhaps every quarter or every month, and depending on what the rules are. And then it then has to take for every sitting before they can deliberate and deal with it. So ideally, for committees like the risk committee should consist of some number of people who are involved in the day-to-day running of the organization, so that they can deal and respond to those issues almost immediately. Okay, can somebody, and this can be open to anybody, can somebody speak about the remuneration committee? Just tell me a function of the remuneration committee.
So they set good afternoon, everybody. So they set the payments, they set the remuneration package for directors.
All right.
Made up of non-directors.
Brilliant. Right. So they determine the pay, the reward structures, right, for the directors. So it's also important that that membership is kept as non-executive directors. If not, if you have executive guys, they will also be setting their own pay, and that isn't best practice. Then the last one, nomination committee. Somebody called my name. Are you happy to take nomination committee? Just a function.
Okay. I would say the responsibility of the nomination committee is to ensure that roles and vacancies on the board are in place, and there is a smooth handover or changeover between outgoing directors and incoming directors on the board.
Brilliant, brilliant, perfectly said, right? To identify where there are vacancies in the board, to identify prospective candidates that will fill those vacancies, suitable candidates, things like that. All right, so that's it. All right, and just like we spoke about the risk committee, it can comprise, in fact, it should not be wholly non-executive, right? It should also comprise of executive directors as well. Okay, that's cool. Let's take the conversation to reporting to stakeholders. This is an examiner's favorite. I'm going to share with you guys 16 topics. I'm going to share with you before the end of today's session. I call it 16 key SBL topics that you must know before your exam. And why did I come up with this, right? I just analyzed the last 10 exams and I saw these topics there. I sort of felt, okay, I'm beginning to see a pattern where they start repeating some of them again, right? So one of the topics I put is integrated reporting. So I'm going to talk about reporting to stakeholders, but link it to integrated reporting. So organizations, when we spoke here about analyzing your stakeholders, and if you understand that the concept right now is not to shareholders alone, but to stakeholders alone, so you find that organizations also have a duty to also report on their actions and their activities to their stakeholders based on the interest and the needs of these stakeholders. So if you look at the evolution of reporting or corporate reporting, so it started by having, traditional financial reporting. So if you look back about 30, 40 years ago, most reports, corporate reports, were really financial reports, which is really, the profit and loss of the organization, etc., things like that. Then it started evolving to now start including, non-financials as well. So if you look at things around notes to financial statement being included, and not just even having notes to financial statement, but even finding, pronouncements by the IASB on definitions, on guides, on what should be contained in the notes, and things like that. So you find that there's a lot of focus on what I would call, non-financial commentaries, management commentaries in some jurisdictions, they call them management commentaries, right? You find a lot of emphasis on that being a significant part of a corporate report. So what you find is that we've evolved from financial reporting to financial and non-financial reporting. Now, there was also another advent that started happening quite in the early 90s. And that is really a consideration of the activities of an organization from three broad perspectives. So we call it the triple bottom line reporting, which is considerations around how the impact of the activities of an organization, how it impacts on the society, which is the people, its local community, and how it impacts on the natural environment, right? Which is, the natural environment, the ozone layers, the natural air and the natural habitat, things like that. So instead of having this thing called triple bottom line reporting, where we report on our economic, we call that the financial reporting. We also report on our contribution or activities on the society, so our provision of social amenities, how we help, inclusion, right? Create jobs for people, how we facilitate social development projects for people, and then also the inclusion of environmental reports, which is just really accounting for the activities of the business and how it impacts on the natural environment. So things around, so for example, conservation of water, usage of water, conservation of electricity usage, disposal of waste within the organization, the recycling of materials that are used within organizations, and generally looking at the impact of our operations on the natural environment. So things around climate change impact, also looking at, how we emit some of our waste, right? There are even instances where you find, and you just look out for something like this in your exam. And that can fall under an environmental issue. Disposal of the waste, and sewage from an organization. Some organizations do it in such a way that they dispose their sewage back to natural habitats like the ocean, right? Those things, you're really contaminating, natural habitats, right? And when that happens, that comes back to humanity. So if you look at that, right, all that thing around triple bottom line started linking to the concept of sustainable development and sustainability, which is really looking at if that an organization must balance its activities. So we mustn't pursue growth or pursue profits at all expense. That profits must be pursued within considerations for also the impact on humanity and the impact on the natural environment, right? And if you understand the conversations around sustainability, it's really speaking to the fact that, what we find that is constant, if you believe that school of thought, right? What we find that is constant is the earth as we find it, which is really the fact that people will come and go, right? Organizations will be bettered and organizations might fail and might close up and might fold up. But what is constant is the ecological environment, right? The natural environment that they operate. So the whole concept is that we owe a duty to future generations to ensure that we keep the same quality of the ecological environment even for future environment. So that's why we preach around sustainable development, ensuring that our activities currently do not impact on the ability for future businesses or future organizations, to also enjoy the same quality in terms of operating environments, or if you like, use the term ecological environments. So that's the thing. So sustainable development speaks to some developments that must take into considerations both the long-term issues and then the short-term issues, which really is just looking at future generations. We call it intergenerational equity. Future generations being able to also benefit from the ecological environment just the same way the current generation is benefiting. That so the current generation owes a duty to its future generation to ensure that they enjoy the same quality of environment. So take care of the people, take care of the society, take care of the natural, the ecological environment. So this development now bred an all-encompassing view to this principle around sustainability, responsibility, called integrated reporting. So integrated reporting really is about how organizations report on their creation of value. I must be clear on this, right? How organizations report on their creation of value, how value is created. Short term, which is in the immediate, in the medium term and in the long term. That reportage of how organizations create value. And in understand organizations create value in the short term, medium term, and the long term is also a deep understanding of the various capitals that are available to an organization. So from an integrating perspective, we say we've got 6 capitals. I hope somebody is happy to tell me what the 6 capitals are. So in no particular order, you've got human capital,
manufactured,
Financial
capital,
Manufacturing capital,
Intellectual
manufacturing
capital.
Social,
human
natural.
capital,
Intellectual capital, social capital, natural capital.
Natural.
All right. Okay. I called one relationship capital the same as the social capitals, just so you know. Okay. Now, one of the key topics I have for SBL, I'm going to share that slide with you, is integrated reporting. I have seen it literally. In fact, there was a diet. That diet was March 2020. The examiner, no, okay, there was December 2018, Highlight Co. Sorry, that was Highlight Co. And then there was a diet, I think March 2019. It was so poorly tested. The one for December 2018, I want to check Highlight Co. was on integrated thinking, right? Which is an underlying concept in integrated reporting. It was a 6-mark question. And I think that it was the most poorly answered question in that particular diet. So I've seen integrated reporting repeatedly. I've seen it in March in 2019. I saw it in December, and I also saw it, I think, in September again of 2019, right? Integrated reporting is an examiner's favorite. Please, you must be on top of it. So it's a communication of how an organization creates value and also understanding the various capitals that are available to the organization. So let me see something. I don't know if you check one of the specimen questions, specimen 1, I don't know how many of you have looked at the question on this sales company. You'd also see something about this integrated capital and integrated reporting. it is important to understand the vast amount of capital that the business is exposed to and how that capital can be deployed to an organization to create value. Because you see, this value creation is a function of the deployment or the optimization of this capital. We've always historically viewed capital from a financial lens, right? Which is really all the funding available to an organization and how they can create value out of it. But capital is much more than that. In fact, the whole concept of capital really isn't speaking to funding, to be quite honest. It's really any tool that is available to an organization to create value. So let's think about it. Let's start with human capital. The quality of human assets and resources are so fundamental to an organization that it determines the sort of value that's created. When you think about high-performing firms, and we're going to have that conversation when we get to innovation. When you think about high-performing organizations, they are not organizations that you find average people. So let me be clear. You cannot have a high-performing organization and have average people working there. So really, high-performing organizations are made up of high-performing individuals. So the quality of the human resource speaks to value that can be created. So when we measure that, right, we measure or compute or prepare an integrated report, we want to speak to the quality of the human capital at our disposal and how that is creating value. The next one around relationship capital, which is the same as social capital, looks at the relationship that an organization does have with its society. Also, the relationship it has with its supply chain, the relationship with your supplier, the relationship with your customers, the relationship with your local community. It's so germane, right? If you take each aspect of these three buckets I called, the relationship with your society, with your suppliers, with your customers, so fundamental. There are quite a lot of innovative structures you see, right? So you can find people run systems like a just-in-time system. A just-in-time system where people keep no inventory. So as soon as your customers place an order, you quickly place an order with your own supplier for the raw materials. You've got to be able to leverage on good supplier relationship to be able to implement those kind of business models where you are running like a just-in-time system. So even stretch the conversation to a relationship with the society. So things around civil unrest, there are quite lots of instances where there might be civil unrest and you actually find that the local community actually does protect, the assets and safeguard the operations of a particular organization. You can also look at the relationship in terms of, what is the commitment by clear policy of an organization to having a certain amount of its workforce dedicated to its local community. So you might find organizations come up with policies around local content, or even at industry level, there might be policy on local content. Let's get our local communities, our local guys to be involved in the organizations, or let's work together in delivering social improvement or social impact projects. Provide basic amenities for the societies, endure, reconstruct, certain social amenities for the community. So you're building social capital, building relationship capital. Financial capital is quite very obvious. The next one is on intellectual capital. And intellectual capital really looks at the aggregate.
Sorry, sir.
Yeah.
Can employee capital enter into the social capital and employee relationship? Sorry.
No. So, we're going to tie employee relationship to human capital, right? So it because your employees are your baseline human assets. So the management of them, which involves a very good relationship, is will fall under human capital. So anything with employee, that relationship is under human capital. So relationship is with the society and your strategic suppliers, supply chain. All right, cool. Intellectual capital refers to the broad knowledge that does reside within the organization. So, one of the things we say in organizations, which really is a germane problem, right? I literally see this in experience. As businesses grow, one of the things that preoccupy their mind is how to ensure that the knowledge that resides is not knowledge that is stored just simply in the brains of the people working there. So how do we have structures that ensures that people can come and leave the organization, but the organization doesn't become worse off? So that's how you build intellectual capital. When you think about most firms, right? I mean, I've been in consulting for a while. When you think about most professional services firms, one of the issues that do preoccupy their mind is building organizational knowledge. Organizational knowledge, having sound, robust knowledge management systems that are proprietary to that particular organization. Now, the whole idea is really to ensure that the organization really has sufficient knowledge, and I use the term carefully, to ensure that the organization really has sufficient knowledge such that the knowledge is really that of the organization rather than the people who work in the organization. So people will come in and they can join on that knowledge, but that the knowledge is it resides. The residue of the knowledge is with the organizations. They implement all these using different tools, right? There are different mechanisms. You could run train the trainer programs. You could have a knowledge management systems. You could have central file location systems. You could have periodic transfer of people. So you have situations where periodically organization facilitates changes in their structures just to ensure that knowledge can be spread across the entirety of the organization, right? And you make sure that at the end of the day, the knowledge resides within the organization. So we always say that, you don't want to have tacit knowledge. Tacit knowledge is the knowledge that, resides with the people, the individuals in the organization. But you want to move it from tacit knowledge down to the organization's knowledge. So the management of all that, right, comes under the intellectual capital, which is really just building up the organization base. So now, in terms of how you look at that capital and its returns, so one of the things that we clearly want to measure is to determine how well an organization has built its own competence. How well organization does build its own competence, right? And that's how well the organization's competence is significant enough to contribute to the growth and value creation for the organization. Natural capital is quite straightforward, which is really around the quality of the ecology and the ecological environment, that an organization has access to. Sometimes natural capital can be by sheer luck and by sheer stroke luck. But there are ways you can preserve your natural capital. So, for example, your waste disposal system, your waste disposal management can speak to how you preserve your natural capital, right? So you might want to ensure that you manage your waste disposal, you don't emit harmful toxics, to the ecological environment, right? But I know that some people also might suffer from a poor natural capital by just by a shared destiny in terms of their location, right? So there might be locations where your business resides where might be prone to natural disasters. So you might not be able to get the best of natural capital. So those are some of the considerations, right? But it's important to know that to the extent that you have control over some of these things, that we can preserve them. Manufactured capital will speak to the quality of the machineries, the quality of the machineries in the organization. So the use of technology, how technology can build up capacity as well too. So your adoption, your use of technology, your use of modern equipment would also build up your manufactured capital. Okay, that's it on integrated reporting. Very, very popular. The components of an integrated report, you might want to read up on it. I have a technical article from the Examiner on integrated reporting. I'm happy to share that with you as part of the overall technical article document. Board of directors, we spoke about them under the agency relationships, the diversity of a board.
Sorry.
Okay, go on. Go on.
You said something about integrated thinking. Yeah, you said something about integrated thinking.
Oh, brilliant. Thanks for that, by the way. So there was a question in December 2018. Let me see if I can just show you guys the question so that we somehow, let me look for, the question is highlight code. Highlight code. Highlight code. I just need a confirmation you can see my screen.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yes, we can see it.
All right, cool. Right. Sorry, where is that comment on integrated?
2B.
The finance director has asked you to provide her with briefing notes, which she would use in the discussion we highlight board members, which assesses the role and benefits of integrated reporting in assisting. Okay, I'll look for the question. Sorry, I don't want to take our time. I'm going to look for the.
It's March June 2019.
It's March
Okay,
June
Smartware.
2019.
Smartware. Okay, that's Smartware. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think it's Smartware.
Smartware. Yeah. Yeah. You guys are correct. So look at this question. It was poorly answered. Poorly answered that diet. All right. So I got lots of feedback even at our tutor conference. I got lots of feedback on that integrated thinking. So this was the question for 6 marks. Prepare a one slide for a presentation. Describing the benefits of integrated thinking within Smartware. So that was a shocker for most people that died. So I'll explain what integrated thinking is. So that is, broadly speaking, the thinking that underpins the preparers of an integrated report. So integrated thinking is the mindset. It's a mindset that is adopted when preparing an integrated report. Now let me stretch you to tell you what's interesting. It's also the mindset to adopt when preparing for your exam, your SBL exam. So really the point around it was just to say that in understanding how various aspects of an organization can come together and how they shape or create the value that the organization prevents, it really speaks to. So there's a particular mindset when you find people preparing an integrated report. Remember what I said about integrated reports, how an organization creates value in the short, medium, and long term. So you look at various aspects. So if you look at the components of an integrated report, there are components like your strategy, there are components like your future outlook, there are components like your risk, there are components like your macro environment, there are components like your current performance. All those things are different facets of the organization. So trying to see how everything ties together, connects together, to be able to now present it in a concise form, how the organization has now created value, speaks to a particular kind of mindset. So even I attended a conference where the SBL team also said that is the same mindset for candidates in an SBL exam. In an SBL exam, it's one integrated case study you are looking at. So how does all these aspects come together to create the sort of approach you take when you are solving or responding to the questions in your exam? So it's an integrated mindset. You understand interactions from strategy to risk, from risk to technology. So one thing I'll just tell you guys, right? When we started, I showed you the 8 technical areas in the syllabus. I would like that you do this exercise for me. If you do this exercise for me, it will really help you on exam day. I want you to just sort of ask yourself, it's a simple exercise I normally share with students, right? Take each one. So for example, take leadership. Okay, I think I have a small problem here. So, for example, take leadership. How does leadership link to governance? If I ask someone to give me that response, how does leadership link to strategy? How does leadership link to risk? How does leadership link to audit? How does leadership link to finance? How does leadership link to technology? How does leadership link to innovation? If you take all these interactions together, what really are you doing? You can do the same thing. How does governance link to strategy? How does governance link to risk? How does governance link to technology? So you find out that as you do this, which is the kind of mindset you should actually have for this exam, you begin to see the interactions, you begin to see the interactions, you begin to see the interactions. So you begin to see at a very grand level how the organization then creates value. So from the purpose of your exam, you begin to see how all these things come together to form the strategic business leader. And to be very honest with you, that is what ACC is trying to achieve with this paper. So make sure you understand the interactions across all these 8 areas, situate it within your professional skills understanding, and then that'll be fine. That is really it. So do you understand integrated thinking? It speaks to a philosophy, a mindset in terms of understanding how diverse aspects of the organization come together to create value. So the lady who asked me that, is this clear, ma'am?
Yeah, I'm okay. Thank you.
All right, cool. So we're fine. Yeah. So can I ask, do you want to go on a break or do I go on? Do you think you want to have a 10-15 minutes break?
Let's go on and complete the governance.
We can go on.
All right, cool. That's fine.
Yeah, we should go on.
All right, that's good. That's cool. Okay. Diversity of a board is quite a very germane issue. I think diversity was tested just in December 2020, BCO. There was something about diversity. And you know, when I talk about predicting exam questions, don't take this as any sort of advice, right? But I just want to mention to you, there's been a lot around diversity and inclusion. ACC operates this thing we call themes. So every quarter there's an ACC theme. In the advent of what had happened with the killing of George Floyd and all the broader issues around racism, the current theme for us, which is going to expire by June, is still on diversity and inclusion. So I don't know. I'm not one. We strongly frown at predicting exam questions. We feel every candidate should read one. But something tells me that you might want to just listen a little bit around things around inclusion and diversity in the workplace or at the level of a board. So at the level of a board should be diverse for several reasons. Or let me even trade back to you. I mean, I'm talking to quite a lot of experienced people in the class. What are some of the reasons, benefits of having a diverse board? And to be clear, what I mean by board diversity is to find people from different backgrounds, race, tribe, different experience, right? So what are some of the benefits from that sort of approach?
A wide pool of talents, more representative of the community.
Okay. That is awesome. And more importantly, what somebody also has to also mention is that sometimes some investors, let me not say sometimes, right? But there are some investors who want to determine, they could make decisions around investing in a company based on their interpretation about how the diversity of the board does reflects the acceptance or the diversity of the company in terms of embracing their local community. So I'll give you a good example. Locally here in Nigeria, if you find for most of our top brands and our top organizations, if you look at their board, it somewhat reflects the very major tribes. You'll find people from the very major tribes represented on the boards, right? Whether as executive directors or non-executive directors. Beyond the competence issue that would have gone into their selection, but it really just speaks to the concept of our company or our organization, when you have a board that reflects the variety of the people within the organization. So diversity also can shape the impression that stakeholders or shareholders or even potential people who want to invest in a company might have about your organization. Let me talk about something and tell you why this is also important, is public sector. So I said something when I was reviewing the December exams with my students, right? I think that was the March class. I said I'm seeing a trend, and I want to repeat that trend on this call to all of you in the class. I'm seeing a trend where SCCA is looking out for typical not too popular business organizations, right, and testing them. Two are identified, and you might want to do this analysis individually on your own and confirm whether you agree with me. Since December till even in March. So they're always testing charity organizations now, public sector organizations, not-for-profit organizations. And I think that they find out that, maybe their students have grown very comfortable with analyzing private sector and profit-oriented organizations. So I suspect that you might also want to understand some of the issues from a public sector perspective or from a not-for-profit organization's perspective. We covered a question that was BCO. You might want to look at BCO. BCO is the December 2020 question. So we covered in our class a question on BCO, which looked at a not-for-profit. I think you might want to look at that, revisit that. There are some public sector specific corporate governance issues. And the corporate governance issues in the public sector really spins or stems from one major fact. And the fact is that in a public sector organization, so to say, the shareholders, or let me not use the term shareholders, the funders are the same people as the customers. So that's the big problem with the public sector. And who are the funders? Let me throw this to open. Who are the funders in the public sector for a public sector entity? Who funds the public sector?
The taxpayers.
Government.
Taxpayers.
Taxpayers.
Public
Taxpayers.
via taxes.
Did I hear somebody say the government is the taxpayers?
It's the public via taxes.
Exactly. And if you think about it, also the beneficiaries of these public sector services are also who?
I think it's the public.
Exactly. So
Taxpayer.
exactly the same thing. So you find on one breath, they are providing the funding through their payment of taxes. In the second breath, they're the ones consuming their services. So they're both like the financier and then the customers. So when we look at a public sector entity, I think the closest I've seen for public sector is Specimen 2, Realco. So you might want to look at Realco again. If you've not looked at it, in Ivy League, we've covered it. But for those who are on the call, who are not from Ivy League, you might want to look at that question again, SBL Specimen 2. I just have a strong premonition about that question. And why I say that is I kind of feel like it's getting to a ripe time where they want to test a public sector entity. I just feel they've been doing a lot of private sector for a while. So you might want to look at Realco. What are some of the specific issues and how they were tested and attempted? You might want to look at Realco as one. But when we talk about public sector, there are three things I must tell you about public sector. Every time we talk about public sector, especially the performance analysis in public sector and also from a governance perspective, we will touch what I call the value for money analysis. So in managing not-for-profits, which include public sector, we also have to consider the value for money. And value for money is represented in the analysis or the measurement of value for money is expressed by 3 E's. So value for money is the criteria we use for looking at how to manage public sector entities. So I'll call this value for money. And 3 E's. What are the 3 E's? Is anybody happy to share with us? What are the 3 E's?
Economy,
Economy and effectiveness.
All right. So I'm not. This is quite simplistic. I want to take you guys up on this now. So let me get 3 people who spoke to just tell me what it means to be economic. So when is a public sector institute said to be economic? So let me hear from somebody. And I want to really hear a lot of the international guys so that I also know that we are aligned in our understanding as well. So I can test and correct your understanding.
Hello, Jojo.
Yes, sir.
I would say a public, not for public entity is economic, where they are achieving their objectives at the cheapest cost, be it financial or non-financial, but basically having to achieve results at the cheapest cost possible.
Okay, so I like your definition. But there's just something I wish you qualified a bit in your definition. And I don't know if somebody knows what was missing in that. So you said when they're achieving the objectives at the cheapest cost, but there's just something missing.
Without compromising on quality.
Brilliant. That's it. So be very careful about that. Though you would not be asked this sort of question, but it's not so much about the cost, but it has to be matched with quality, because it could be lacking in quality. All right, who's happy to talk to us on efficiency?
Okay, efficiency for me will be getting the best getting the best output from your input. So the input you put in to make your productions and your creating your services should actually be what you can get maximum output from, utilizing them to get the best output. So
awesome. So maximizing your output, right? If there was ever a question around this, it will appear thus this way. You might be shown a target, right? And then you'll be given your actual performance. So, and the targets, maybe there are several, maybe I'll use the term objectives, or if I say outputs. So there might be a target. So maybe the target maybe is to deliver. So if I use the case of a public sector entity or a public sector or a rail transport, the Ministry of Transportation, I think that was real cool, something like that, that we should, the objective or the target is to be able to transport 600,000 commuters on a daily basis. The actual statistics is that they are doing 640,000. So let's say in terms of the input, right, they've got about 10,000 vehicles offering this service. Or no, let me even moderate it a bit. Let's say they've got about 11,000. So I want someone to tell me now, within the context, let's test for efficiency. This is the target. Commute 600,000 passengers based on the 10,000 vehicles that has been set. But the actual is that they have 11,000 vehicles and 640,000 people were committed. So can you tell me, are they efficient or inefficient? Who can help me with that?
They are inefficient.
I don't think they are efficient.
They're actually efficient.
No, they are efficient.
They're actually efficient because
They're efficient.
Because the target is 600,000 and they were able to achieve.
Okay, let's do it. Don't worry. We can use a mathematical way to do it. Let's do it. If you have a calculator with you, divide 600,000 over 10,000 for me, because the focus is maximizing output.
That's 60.
60.
All right. So we have 60, right? So 1 to 60. Divide 640 by 11,000 for me.
58.
58.
So 58.
All right. So you are not efficient when you don't maximize your output, especially in relation to the target that's been set. So what was I trying to bring out from this illustration? That if you had this sort of thing come up in your exam, there will be a target. So you can't just say, I'm maximizing output, because what does maximizing output mean? If I didn't put it in context, cite it with you with a target, then anything could have just been the result. So there will always be a target. If this ever comes up, go on, you might want to check questions from BPP on how they test efficiency. There will always be a target that will be set. So once they set the targets for you, then you compare with your actual. So why I said this is that in terms of direct objectives or output, it was higher. So that doesn't mean that they're efficient. So efficiency, if you understand the base definition, is really the relationship between the output and the input, which is really maximizing the output per every input. The input here being the vehicles, the output here being the number of passengers that you've commuted. So you will just do this test, which is to ask yourself, what is every input responsible for? Compare that, the actual terms, with the targets that have been set, and then you can determine if they are efficient or not. Effectiveness is a function of achieving the objectives that have been clearly stated. So once an objective has been set for you based on the target and you achieve it, then you are effective. So economy, that you're able to attract resources, meet your objectives. Quality has been defined at the lowest possible cost. Efficiency is maximization of output, while effectiveness is achieving your objectives. So that's just what I'll say to you on that. We've gone to a big one. Guys, let's do something. I want to spend time on this area of the syllabus strategy, but I want to give you guys a break to just, this is 12 o'clock. I want to give you guys a break. Let's just do a 10 minutes break. We're still going to have an hour break sometime around 1. But I just want to give you guys a 10 minutes break before I jump at this. I just want to give you guys like a 10 minutes break to just stretch. Can we do that? Just meet in 10 minutes time. Is that fine? I'm holding on. I just want you guys to stretch. All right. So we meet in 10 minutes time, 10 minutes after 12.
Hello, is Jojo still on? Because it seems I'm not hearing anything from him again.
On break, 10 minutes break.
Oh, okay. I see. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, Jojo.
Time is up already. Yeah.
Okay, welcome back, guys. If you can hear me, just say you can hear me, then we'll move on.
We can hear you. Move on.
Loud and clear.
All right, awesome. Just a second. Let me share my screen again. Okay. So I wanted to spend my time and talk about this area. Like I said, it is 25% of the syllabus and you cannot avoid it. So let me just give a high level. I'll come back to this. Let me just speak to something that I find as a major topical issue with SBL around strategy. Now, the first thing is I want to speak on the concept of the external environment. I want to speak on the concept of the external environment. So the first thing is that I want you all to understand that organizations operate within the context of an environment, meaning that they are bounded, by certain things. That's really what an environment is, like a boundary. They are bounded by certain things, right? So the first thing is that an organization is bounded by two broad types of environments, right? So I'm going to call this, let me use the diagram. So this is the organization. Then I'll call this their internal environment. And then you have a broader one, external environment. So I'll tell you where I'm going to. The internal environment typically refers to all the things that are under the control of the organization. If I asked you to tell me some of the things under the control of the organization, simply, what are some of the constituents of the internal environment? Broadly, what can you say to me?
Employees.
Yeah, good. So it's skill sets, their resources.
IT.
IT, brand.
Yeah, exactly. I put them under resources. Good. So let me show you the difference between the internal environment and the external environment. Then you get it now. Anything that an organization has control over, we say that it falls under its internal environment. The whole idea is that if they don't like it, they can do something about it. It's within their control. If you don't like the quality of employees that you have, you can change it. If you don't like your product offerings, you can change it. There are several organizations that have, over course of time, have changed from different business focus. I know organizations that started out, providing banking. From banking, they moved into insurance. You can change it. Your product offerings, your resources, you can change all that. Your expertise, your competence, you can build on it. Now, but the parts that a business has no control over is called the external environment. So that's the starting point that I want to say about the external, because I see it is so common. Analyze the external environment. It's so common. If I take you through past questions, I cannot count, at least I can count about 4 out of the 11 past questions that I've spoken on analyzing the external environment. In fact, if you even check GCS specimen 1, it's also analyzing the external environment. So I find it as a major recurring theme, analyzing the external environment. But I'm going to tell you the thing is that the external environment is broad, so that you really know the best way to approach it in your exam. So don't take a one-size-fits-all. So what do you know about the external environment? Is that the external environment is the part where a business doesn't have control over. So the business has no control over it. So let me use a small diagram now to sort of tell you how this external environment, what it is made up of, and what you can find within the external environment. So let me show you the things you will find. So I'm going to come here and I will start from here. So the organization sits here. Inside of it, you'll find what it has control over. Now, I'm going to add another bucket. There are about 3 different layers. I'm going to add another bucket. So this one, I'm going to call this one competitors. It's competitors. They have no control over it. It's competitors. You might even add its markets, which is the customers itself, it's competitors markets. Now, on top of it again is another very important layer. And this is the addition of both competitors and the organization together forms what you call the industry. You have the industry. Then, if you look at this again, you now have what I'll call the macro. So I want you to know in your exam, when they say external environment, what are they speaking to? They now have the macro. So I'm going to explain this. I'm going to use one small analogy so that you can understand the differences. The external environment is the part where a business has no control over. The first starting point is its competitors. A business has no control of its competitors. A business has no control over the market, because the market will go to a business or they will go to their competitors to purchase a product or a service. You have a choice to be at Ivy League or you could have been at Kaplan. So we have no control over it. Then the organization and all its competitors collectively form an industry. So in every industry, you will find 2 broad kind of people. You find one organization and all the competitors to that organization. So the industry in terms of professional ACCA tuition or ACCA tuition will include people like Ivy League, BPP, Kaplan, and the rest. So an industry is made up of the organization and its competitors. Now, all the industries collectively are members of the macro environment. So when they say analyze in your exam, I've seen questions that focus on external, fine. I've seen a question that speaks to macro. So macro environment are those things that affect every kind of business, all sorts of industries. So when you analyze the macro environment, you are speaking to something that can address the tourism sector, something that can address the maritime sector, something that can address the security sector, the educational sector, the banking sector, all sorts of industries. And if I asked you guys to tell me what sort of model best exemplifies what you can do in terms of this kind of analysis, what kind of model would you say to me?
Esther.
All right. So match this now to Pestel. So you say something on your macro, match it to Pestel. Now, as we speak about the industry particularly, and when you're looking at industry now, you're trying to see what is it about the organization and all the competitors around the organization. I'm going to tell you a model that can be helpful, right? I'm going to tell you a model that can be very helpful. That model is called, I don't know how many of you have heard of this model, called the industry life cycle. Have you heard of the model? So this is when you're just looking at the industry in its isolation. So for example, you take a particular strata of the market and say this industry, banking industry, aviation industry. You can look at the industry life cycle. And in an industry life cycle, you can determine just really what stage of growth is that industry in. Is this clear? You can do an industry life cycle and that can tell you what stage of growth. All right. Now, an alternative thing you can do, but just in case, the class was quiet when I spoke about industry life cycle. Do I make an assumption you know what the industry life cycle is, or do you think I should explain?
When you say industry
Please
life cycle,
explain.
you mean the introductory stage, the growth stage, the decline stage, the maturity stage, right?
Yes. That's what I mean, but that's really for product. Let me explain for industry. Let me just talk a bit about it. It's similar in terms of what those things are speaking to, right? It's similar in terms of what those things are speaking to. Just sorry, please. But we have a terminology we rather use. So all those introduction growths is we use them for product life cycle. But for industry life cycle, we have this terminology. So we have this obviously. So we always will say the development stage. So that's the term. Forgive my ugly writing. All right. So there are 5 stages. So we have what we call the development stage. You have the growth stage. We call this the shakeout. Right? And then here we'll call this the maturity stage. I'm sure you all can guess what this stage is called. What's this called?
Decline.
All right. So you can use this, but this is not the only one. I just wanted to tell you a subtle difference for industry. But if it's really around competition, what model can you use that comes to mind?
Porter's 5 forces.
Brilliant. Then the Porter's 5 forces. So let me be clear, right? Industry comprises of the competitor and our organization. So in fairness, right, you can use the Porter's 5 forces for an industry analysis. I don't take that away from you. But I just wanted it sometimes if it's pertaining to the question and what is the question speaking to. If it's just really looking at industry at a broad level where the focus doesn't have to be, focused on maybe a competitor or what are competitors doing, you can use the life cycle to say, okay, industries exhibit certain tendencies. So I'll give you an example. There are quite a lot of new industries. So for example, if you look at fintechs, where would you place fintechs in this stage? Let me hear from you guys. Where would you place fintechs in this stage?
The growth stage.
The growth stage, I would say.
Okay, just a second. I'm looking for my. So you guys are correct in terms of growth state. So I just wanted to know that sometimes, right, the question can speak to the industry as a whole, or it can really be looking at the impact of competitors. So for competitors is the Porter's 5 forces, but I can be very fair with you. You can use Porter's 5 forces as well too for industry analysis. I just wanted you to know that depending on the question, some models lend themselves very neatly, to a particular use, right? So you can do that. If you wanted to analyze your organization, strength, weakness, what sort of model comes to mind?
SWOT.
SWOT analysis.
All right. So now, why I took my time is that sometimes I get comments a lot. That's why I wanted to start like this before I go into strategy. Sometimes I get comments a lot. Jojo, what model do I use? What model comes to mind? I just wanted you to break it down. When you are doing this analysis, there's a specific aspect of the environment that is really being addressed. If it's at a macro level, which is just looking at the general state of things, which speaks to all industry, go for Pestel. If it's the industry that we're looking at, you can do industry life cycle or you can do Porter's 5 forces. If it's really about competitive advantage, go for Porter's 5 forces. If it's about understanding the company, what makes it tick, what makes it good, you go for SWOT analysis. These models helps you so that you stay focused. Now, there's another variant that is not here. Now, that variant is when you are looking at international opportunities, which is opportunities outside of your country. Can you tell me a model that will now come to your mind based on what I just explained?
Porter's diamond.
Porter's diamond.
All right. So I've broken this down for you so that when you see questions in your exam, you can really think about what model then comes to mind. So that's where you now look at your Porter's diamond. All right. December 2019. I don't know if I have anybody here who wrote December 2019. There was a question that was worth 16 marks. That question asked to identify the external key drivers of change. I would add that the word was qualified to say external key drivers of change. Your syllabus actually makes mention of key drivers of change. What are the key drivers of change? But the question, they use the word external. And the subtle difference is whatever could be driving change within the organization, some of it could have been internally induced. Maybe a new management came in, But I want you to think about drivers of change, but let's talk about external drivers of change. That question came out. And we did very well. I mean, we had a class of for the December exam in terms of the revision I did. We had a pass rate of about 70-something%. I remember that particular date. But I just want to ask you guys to think for a second. What do you think are the drivers of change in every organization? Or let me use the word. What are the external drivers of change? Can you just try? The answer, I've shared it with you. Okay. You want to give me a broad term? I'll give me.
Okay.
I'm fine. No, go on.
And tasting, changing
I think it leaders.
Consumer taste, changes in consumer taste and appetite. Go on. I'll tell you something.
Growth strategy.
Technology.
The economic environment.
Change in government.
All right. So let me show you guys something. I just wanted you guys to give me all these points. Brilliant. That was what I was trying to say. This question came out and I got a lot of people asking me, and I was shocked when I heard that. They're asking what are the external key drivers of change. Go and think about what is it that can affect every business. That's why I did that. So look at Pestel. Every single factor in Pestel, if there's a change in any of those factors, can drive change within the business, because this affects every single business. In understanding what is it, the environment in which that bounds every sort of business, and you are looking for the drivers of change, it is the drivers in each of these aspects of the macro environment. So the changes in government policies, that is changes in the political environment, changes in economic key rates, right? Changes in inflation, in tax rates, in interest rates, can drive change within an organization. Just think about what happens in some jurisdictions, especially ours with our FX rates and policies. Changes in consumer appetite, that's what's happening in the social environment. Changes in technology, changes in the ecology, changes in the legislation. So I don't want someone to come out of an exam and say, what is this speaking to? So the changes at that broad level are responsible for driving changes within the business. So the external key drivers of change, I wanted you to know the same way. If I asked you about internal key drivers of change, you think about the internal environment. So the changes in the environment are responsible for the changes you would find in the business. So the external key drivers of change that was tested in December 2019, actually, you needed to take you, and all of you who gave me all these points, changes in consumer appetite, technological changes, changes in government legislation, you're all correct. But I just wanted you to know that if you think about Pestel, think about the broad issues with Pestel, you can begin to find each of them. Fierce competition, you can begin to find them. So I just wanted you to know, when you see some of these terminologies, you would find them in your exam. So I mean, I'm very happy that you all understood where I was going to and why I started with that conversation. So now I can take my conversation now to say, let me touch on all these key models, right? And I know that you know some of them. I don't need to go across all of them because of time. We don't have all the time. But for some of them that I know you know, so for example, SWOT analysis, we call that corporate appraisal, right? Look at what is, where the organization is strong at, where they are weak at, what are the opportunities that are there. We call it corporate appraisal because that's one tool you can do internal assessment and external assessment with. So you can do that. I said something to you guys not too long ago that the models don't give you marks. Let me be clear with you. The models don't give you marks, and you need not use a model. You need not. The relevance or what makes models stand out are that they give you guides. I'll give an example. So you're analyzing the external environment, right? Or you're doing an analysis of the macro environment, or you're looking out for key drivers of change, a 16-mark question. By the time you take each of the Pestel factors, don't you think that even for one Pestel factor, if you just even take one like economic environment and look at some of the things that can be changing in the economic environment, changes in interest rates, changes in inflation rate, by the time you take each of them, you would see that before you finish, you've already generated more than 10 points. So models are only guides for answering a question, and they don't get graded in themselves, or an explanation of a model doesn't give you marks. So these are two things I want you to know. You are not going to get graded if you state a model. If you explain a model, you are not going to get graded for it. It is the application. So you use the models to get your answers. Now, let me also tell you another thing about models again, because we are going to be touching quite some number of models now. Don't do model fitting. Models should serve you as a guide. So for example, a very popular question is a question where you have to analyze the macro environment. And like we learned today about analyzing the macro environment, we say Pestel comes to mind. There are how many components in your Pestel analysis? 6, right? Nobody's talking to me. Are you all tired?
Yes, Jojo.
Yes.
So 6. It is completely perfect. There's a question. I'm going to trace the question. I don't want to misquote whether it's DCS or not. There's a question where this was 15 marks. And in that particular question, there was nothing in that particular question that was speaking about political interference. So what am I saying? You use a model like Pestel in your exam. Doesn't mean you have to look for a political to fit in. Or you can find some economic trends. You can find something around social trends, consumer taste, income, things like that. income misclassification, labor force. You can see things like that. You can see things around technology usage, things like that. You can see things around the ecology. You can see things around changing legislation. But I can't find political, and you start beating yourself up in the exam. You can't find something speaking to political. Ladies and gentlemen, you don't need to bother yourself. They are graded for the number of points that you make. So your models will serve you as a guide. We're not interested. When we mark, we're not interested in seeing if it's pastel. The use of your pastel analysis gave us the following points. So this is perfectly fine. You can put the environment. So I want you to know that it's perfectly fine that when you use a model, not all aspects of the model can help you generate your answers. Is this point sort of clear? I want to be sure that I've sold this point to you guys.
Yeah, very clear.
Yes.
Awesome. Very cool. So I think you guys are going to be fine with pastel. What is the E here? It means economic environment. The S here means social cultural. The T here means technological. So let us help somebody. In case there's somebody here is ecological, or some might call it environmental, but it's really ecological. Here is legal. But let us help somebody. There might just be somebody in this class just looking at us and saying, Jojo, do I really know what to look out for in a political environment? So can we help the person? Can you guys tell me what are some of the considerations when you do a political environment analysis?
When there's a change in government.
Yeah, government stability.
Government intervention, if government is supporting a particular business.
Brilliant.
Change in tax law.
Brilliant. Yeah, brilliant. And in fact, I like the guy who spoke about tax laws.
Political stability.
Brilliant. I want to say something, guys. Let me say something. I like the guy who spoke about tax laws. And this is the point I want to make. There are some factors you will find in your exam that can be reflected across multiple components or multiple environments. A good example is tax. Tax appears 3 times. So I'm not saying you should just go and repeat the points like that, 3 times. But I want you to know within context, the way you explain it, you can lead it. Tax is a law. So under your legal environment, changes in the tax laws is also a consideration in the legal environment that bounds the businesses. Yeah. Tax is also an economic fundamental. The fiscal policy that drives the financial management in every country is to a large extent dictated by the tax regulation. So you find tax under economic, and tax as well too also speaks to the economic philosophy of the political leadership class. So if you listen, let me not throw shades. I have international people on the call. I would have thrown shade at a particular country. But if you listen to some political debates, you would find that in those political debates, you would even see variations in ideologies about tax regimes and tax laws. So you find that even some political leaderships or political parties float their party on an ideology on a certain tax regime. Pro rata, everybody who contributes, some will say let the rich bear the brunt of the economic fiscal policies. So it is both a political environment consideration, it is an economic environment consideration, and it's also a legal environment consideration. So, but broadly under economic consideration, I always like that you don't go far away in your exam from the triple rates. Just don't go far away from the triple rates. You'll be fine. There are quite a lot of things you can see. You can see economic trend, growth, and all that. But don't go away from your interest rates. Don't go away from your exchange rates. Don't go away from your inflation rates. If you stick to these 3, you'll be very fine in your exam. Just look out for things like that. Okay, what are we looking for under social cultural? Who's going to tell me?
Demography.
Brilliant. You want to look at the demography of the people? What again?
Change in taste.
All right. So, taste.
So trends, beliefs, and attitude.
Yeah, employment, income levels. I was expecting you to speak about that.
Life expectancy.
What do you say?
Standards of living.
Yeah, standards of living. Brilliant. Standards of living. Okay, under technology, this is a very interesting one because people, culture, Under technological environment, what are you looking out for? Oh, you're breaking. Oh, am I the one?
I think innovation, technological innovation.
I just wanted to tell you that technology does not have to refer to only hardware and software, right? So when you find inventions, so things like inventions, innovation, I like somebody used the term infrastructure, yeah. Then your basic common technology, hardware, software issues, they're fine. Under environments, you'll be looking at climate change issues. So we're looking at issues around waste disposal.
Pollution.
Yeah, pollution. Yeah, carbon.
Natural
emission.
disaster.
Yeah, natural disaster. Exactly. Then under legal, what we'll be looking at for legal?
Human rights.
Regulations, change regulations and
Legislations.
Yeah.
new legislations and
New legislations.
tax
Great.
laws.
Yeah, exactly. All right. I think you guys are fine. Any question on Pestel? You guys are going to model it. You guys are fine. Okay, let's go to the next model, which I think we should just talk about. Let's talk about the Porter's 5 forces. So the first thing is that there are 5 forces, right? That we can use to analyze the intensity. Somebody's calling my name. Go on. Yes, sir.
Sorry, I like to ask a question. In terms of responding to Pestel,
yeah,
like when you want to make these points, we need to have a certain level of complexity in your response that shows the professional competence required. So is there a way you can speak to those competencies being reflected in answering your Pestel questions?
So that has to be a very customized approach. So if we have a question, we can do it that way. Because I can't really give it. So I've touched on the broad things you can look out for. But what I can say to you, in addition to these things, is that they must be generated from the question. So you can't come up with something that is not in the question. So if the question doesn't say anything about exchange rates, you're not going to do a person analysis and just manufacture exchange rates. So we're going to look out for the impact of all these things, as we can see. So maybe another thing I can say, if that helps your point, is you might want to speak to the severity levels of these things. What's the impact of government stability? So speak to it. Is it harsh? Is it mild? Is it on the increase? Is it on the decrease? But broadly, these are the issues. Any other thing will really just be to take it at the level of the question and what are the peculiarities with the question. Is that fine for you, or you still think there's a point you want to make? Then I'm happy to listen again.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Thank you.
All right, cool. Okay. The next one is the Porter's 5 forces. After the Porter's 5 forces, we'll talk on the Porter's diamond, because it's been a long time. I saw a question on Porter's diamond, so I don't want you guys to get too comfortable and forget about your Porter's diamond. So let's talk about the Porter's 5 forces when we are really trying to assess the intensity of competition and competitive rivalry. So let's talk about the Porter's 5 forces. So who is happy to tell me what the 5 forces are? So there are 5 forces in no particular order.
Power of the buyer.
Threat of new entrants. Threat
of substitutes. Bargaining power of supplier.
Threat of new entrants. Threat of substitute products.
All right. So if you wanted to analyze the intensity of competition in any particular industry, this model is very helpful. Okay, I'm going to take it from an exam perspective. So what I want to ask you now is speak to 2 things. Tell me, will it intensify competition in the industry or not? So that's what I want you to tell me. So I'm going to do something similar like this. I'm going to say high or low. So speak to the effect it has on the intensity of competition in an industry. So tell me. And maybe another thing we can ask is that what are some of the things that we can use to test this power? So let's start with power of the buyers. What is good in terms of intensity of competition? Is it for an industry to have buyers who have high power or buyers who have low power? What is good for the industry, or what brings about intensity in the industry?
Buyers
have
who
low
has
power.
Low
high
power.
power.
Low power.
Low power.
All right.
Low power.
So that means, so yeah, I agree with you, right? I agree with you. So what do we say, right, in terms of our analysis? If the power of buyers are strong, so let me use the term strong or weak. So if there's a strong bargaining power, the buyers have strong bargaining power. What do you think that would do, right? That would drive down profitability. It will drive down prices if the buyers have strong bargaining power. So a good way to test what are evidences where the bargaining power of buyers are quite very strong. Give me an evidence or something that can point out to that in a scenario that shows you high power from the buyers.
Low market share.
Low price.
When there are more options for the buyers.
So fundamentally, something that drives this is also, I like the point you make, when there are more options for the buyers. So the number of competitors you find actually will speak to that, because the more competitors you have, that means the more options for the buyers. Another thing, so I'll say increase in competitors. Another thing that can speak to it is if the number of buyers are less or few buyers, then that also speaks to being strong. So if you have a situation where the buyers are few, I always use a very popular example. If you look at the banking industry back here locally in Nigeria, the number of banks are not much, and I mean the commercial banks, they're not much. So what even happens is that they have a committee called the Bankers Committee, where some of their collective interest, they use that committee to push for some of those interests, right? If you think about it, right, if you are serving, or if you have a product, one that comes to my mind is like the ATM vendors who sell these ATM machines. Or you can even think about producers of bullion vans. If you have a product and that product is really targeted for the banking sectors as you have it in Nigeria, to be honest, that's a situation where you'll be falling for a situation, where you have strong bargaining power on the part of the buyers, because they're quite very few, just about 20 something. They have a cartel under the Bankers Committee and they can decide on some of these things. Right? And then God help you, there are quite a lot of competitors who can offer that service. It just becomes very easy to make those decisions. So I want you to think about some of these things. What is the number of buyers? The fewer they are, the stronger they are. The lesser they are, what will be the response? The fewer they are, the stronger. The higher they are, the better for you. So if you are going to be operating in an industry where there are quite a large number of buyers, then that's better for you. But the fewer they are, they can come together, form a cartel, and make decisions around pricing, decisions that can also stretch to profitability. The same thing too when we're looking at the power of suppliers. The same analogy when we're looking at the power of suppliers. So when we are considering the power of suppliers, what are some of the things you also want to consider? How many suppliers? What's the number of suppliers?
Switching costs.
Yeah. Because if you've got so many suppliers, then what does that mean? Your switching cost becomes lower. It becomes easy to switch from one supplier to another supplier. So what is good if you are participating in this industry? To have an industry with few suppliers or more suppliers, or a large number of suppliers?
Large number of
Most
suppliers.
Exactly. All right. Let's talk about threat of new entrants. So what do you think, what makes an industry attractive? Is it ease of entry or difficulty in entry for new entrants?
Difficulty.
So can you tell me
It's
some of
easy to enter the
Easy to enter.
It depends on whether you are entering the industry or you're already in the industry.
So I'm saying, what do you think is good? Okay, so you are a participant. Let me give you this instance. You are already in the industry. What really would you want? I mean,
threat
to enter. Barriers to entry.
High barrier of entry.
all right. Okay. You guys are all right. But I want you to tell me some of those indicators that can help you assess whether the threat is high or low. So whether it's easy or whether it's difficult. Can you give me some of those things you can look out for? That can tell you
Capital.
Brilliant. Capital requirements. The capital requirements. There's also another one, not just capital requirements. Who can tell me another one?
legal requirement.
Regulatory requirements and
Political or
intellectual
cultural.
requirements.
Exit route also.
Things like patents,
Economies of scale.
patents,
Okay.
Patent, trademarks.
I like that. I like that. Yeah, I like that. Things like patent, trademark. I also wanted to speak about something which is, yeah, so it's linked to patent and trademark. If that industry has specific skill sets that are required for the industry, there are certain industries. So, for example, if you want to go to some of the professional service firms, like if you want to get into the accounting practice industry, you must hold a license to operate, right? You must hold a certification as one of the partners or one of the promoters. You must have chartered accountancy certification. So some industries like that might have certain specific skill sets, to break into or operate. It's just like you want to run a hospital, so you must have some of this sort of competence. Okay, what about threat of substitutes? The first thing is what's even a substitute? Because sometimes what I hear people say, people mix substitutes with competitors. What is a substitute? Who is happy to speak to me so that I know you can?
A substitute is like an alternate of a particular product.
Maybe I might demand examples now. I want to be sure that you are getting to right.
Okay, like a telecommunication company and traveling to do your conference.
So okay, for me, for example, let's say beverages in Nigeria, we have Milo and Bonvita.
That's exactly what I was talking about. That is not correct.
Hello,
that is
Jojo.
not correct. That's right.
Hello, Jojo.
That's the
So a substitute, for example. Hello, Jojo.
Sorry, hold on. Let's me
Train
organize
car.
this. Hold on. If you want to speak, can you raise your hand, please? Because I think quite some people are speaking at the same time. So yes, I've got Simon. Simon, you can speak. Simon, your hand is up. You can speak.
I gave example of, like in Nigeria, we have Close Up and Oral-B. They are both toothpaste.
So that is not an example of a substitute. That's competitors. So you didn't get that. Let me hear from Femi. Femi, your hand is up.
Hello, Jojo, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, so for example now, Coke is a competitor to Pepsi, but water is the substitute.
Brilliant. Let me hear from Victor. Victor, give me.
The transportation industry. So if you want to travel, you could rather go by air or by road.
Brilliant. So please, substitute is to the industry, while a competitor is a substitute to your own organization. So when we say the threat of substitute, we mean substitute to the industry. It is not an instance of where we say Pepsi to Coca-Cola. Pepsi to Coca-Cola. So if we were doing, because don't forget that this analysis is for an industry, not for an organization. You don't do a Potter's 5 forces for an organization. You do a Potter's 5 forces for an industry. So when we say the threat of substitute, we mean the threat of substitutes to that industry. So it has to be a substitute to the industry collectively. So you cannot be referring to a participant. Pepsi and Coca-Cola are both within the soft drink, if you like to use that term, industries. So Pepsi is not a threat to that industry because they are a participant, they are a member of that industry. It could be, for example, non-alcoholic wine, maybe a beverage industry. Someone used an example of a bottling water. That kind of industry is a substitute to that industry. So substitute is to the industry. It is under this aspect of competitive rivalry where you now look at the intensity of rivalry among competitors. That's where you can use all that example about Oral-B and McLean under this competitive rivalry. So this is to the industry. So I like the example of somebody saying, you know what, rather than going, you want to travel, rather than going by road, by air, you go by road. That's fine. So it has to be from that perspective. Elizabeth, you want to say something? Yeah. Elizabeth, your hand is up. You want to say something?
Sorry, you've already answered the question.
Okay. Khadijat, yeah, Khadijat, you want to say something? Go on.
So actually, you've said it. But again, in electricity industry, can renewable energy be a substitute to AEDC in Nigeria?
So you see, the thing is, as you begin to designate industries, right? You can be. So I'll give an example. Financial services industry can also include banking. You can also regard banking too as an industry. Even within banking, you can regard commercial banking as an industry. Do you understand? So it just depends on the broad understanding of what you regard to as industry. So one of the problems generally with this model, right, and this is for researchers, is we don't have a very clear-cut definition of what an industry is. So it's all perspective in terms of what you designate as an industry. So there's a particular question where battery chargeable cars and fuel, so cars that run on electricity and cars that run on fuel, a substitute were cars that run on fuel. So the electricity driven cars. So one of the problems we generally suffer with this model, but your exam question is not going to make you have this kind of confusion. You clearly see the presence of a new or an alternate to that particular industry. But just to say that sometimes one of the issues is really just determining the difference between an industry. Tandy, you want to say something? Your hand is up. Tandy, go on. Tandy, your hand is up. We can hear you.
Yes, I want the clarity concerning the example of traveling. Hello?
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, when instead of driving, you fly, but at the same time, instead of taking a taxi, you take the bus or you take the train. Is it both of these examples fall under the substitute, or it's an alternative, or what? Because it's like on the bus and the train, they're more like the transportation industry.
Okay, so I mean, thanks, Tandy, for your point. So, like I said, quite frankly, your exam question won't give you this sort of complexity in terms of trying to designate which industry. So, for example, there can be an argument. If you think about taxis, you might want to say, okay, these vehicles, motor vehicles as an industry, and then you might want to ask yourself, okay, so are trains or buses different from motor vehicles, or you get what I mean? So my point is, one of the shortcomings of this model is that the model doesn't directly give a clear-cut explanation of what really constitutes an industry. So what I will say to you is that you're not going to have a question in your exam where you are going to have this sort of situation where you are not able to identify properly what a substitute should be. That's just what I want to tell you. How I'd rather you look at it is understand that competitors are operating within the same, and you would find questions like that. One of the things that clearly even separates your understanding in terms of what is a competitor and what is a substitute would be things around maybe the brand names, maybe a reference to a brand, or a reference to maybe customer switching from one competitor to another competitor. You are not going to find a question around 5 forces where it will be difficult to clearly designate the alternative, if you like, use the term, the substitute to the industry. So you're not going to find that. But I know that in real life, when companies do this, right, the definition of industries can be at a much more lower level than a broader level. So a good example is financial services industry. If you were to do a Porter's 5 forces, all the banks, all the insurance companies will fall under financial services industry. If you took it down to banking industry, all the classes of banking you do, from retail banking to investment banking to commercial banking to microfinance banking, will fall under. You can still even break it down to retail banking, right? So you can have several classifications of industries. That's really the problem with the model, that industries can be classified in various forms. But to be clear to you, if it came up in your exam, there will be clear-cut difference between a substitute to the industry and a competitor. Does that help?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Okay, I wanted to speak about another model that does, I think you should pay attention to. It's the Porter's Diamond. So you see, the Porter's Diamond is actually called the Porter's Diamond for national advantage. That's really what the model is speaking to. So we use this model, and Porter designed this model, based on a research he did. So let me come here and write the Porter's Diamond to understand what is it that makes certain countries provide advantages for industries as opposed to other industries. So I'll give you an example. What is it that makes Portugal such a very good place to produce wine? What is it that makes Germany such a very good place to produce automobiles? What is it that makes Nigeria such a very good place to produce jollof rice? So, in understanding the Porter's Diamond, we are trying to focus on what is it about countries. What do they do right? What is peculiar about these countries that makes them excel or makes certain industries excel in those countries? So, for the purpose of the exam, there are 4 perspectives. And what are the 4 perspectives? Who is happy to share with me the 4 dimensions in the Porter's Diamond?
Okay, we have the factor condition,
Factor condition,
demand condition,
Demand condition,
firm
supporting
strategy, and
industries,
supporting industry.
firm strategy and
firm strategies.
structure and rivalry.
All right. So, there was a question. I'm going to look for it. I think that should be highlighted. I'll look for it very soon. Related and supporting industries. The firm, their strategy, structure, and rivalry. All right. Cool. So let me ask you a question. When you are looking at factor conditions, what are we looking at for?
We're looking at the resources, the resource of the organization.
So looking at the basic resources and the advanced resources.
Okay, good. I like that. Basic resources, advanced resources. But let me just give you a simple guide that I like to tell people. Just think about factors of production. Remember those things you learned in primary economics, right? Factors of production. So what do they include? Can you remember?
Land, labor,
labor,
capital,
entrepreneur.
Right.
and human knowledge.
Exactly. Capital and then human knowledge. Right. So when you look at all of them, you see that it speaks to that thing around resource. Land will speak to a natural resource. Labor will speak to human resource. Capital will speak to a financial resource. Even knowledge speaks to a human resource. So you find that out, right? I know that quite frankly, you can still break them down to say there are some basic factors that would require speak to things like natural resources, right? And then for the advanced factors, that's where you find things that are not just given, but things that also involve some value add. So things around knowledge, things around, capital, infrastructure will fall under there. So I want you to look out for those things in your exam, right? So just think about factors of production. Just think about them, natural factors and advanced factors. So the factors that make things, those firms that operate there to be very, very productive. Just think about the factors of production within that country. A second one I want you to think about is demand conditions. So what are demand conditions? What do we mean? What is this speaking to? Can someone tell me what this is speaking to?
Hello, Jojo.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I would say demand condition speaks to the how I put it. I don't see demand again, but the let me say the demand for the goods.
Local needs for those.
And the word is demand. The word is demand. That what we are saying here is that those countries that are very successful for certain industries, or those, what is it about those countries that make them such a very viable places for some industries to thrive? They have a very strong demand for their products in those countries. And I like the term somebody said, local demand. There's a strong demand. There's a strong domestic market. There's a strong domestic, in fact, that's the term I'm going to use. There is a strong domestic demand. There's a strong local demand or domestic demand. So if you find out countries that are very, very ripe, and why people might want to go to a certain country to establish is because there's a strong local demand. You have to build it from home. So if the demand is so much, it's so strong, then it begins to build other things. Okay? Can somebody speak to related and supporting industry? So what are we looking up for here? What's this point saying?
I think these are industries that helps a business or industry to succeed.
Yeah. So what you find out, so for example, if you go to Germany, Germany is such a very fertile ground for
Is that like a value chain?
What do you say?
Is that like a value chain?
Yeah, supply chain. Yeah, you can link it to value chain. That's also fine. What you will find out in those countries, right, that are very very viable for a lot of industries, is that aside the fact that there's a presence of a local demand, that there are also related industries that are also thriving. I'll give you a good example. If you go to Germany, as much as Germany automobiles and manufacturers of automobiles are thriving there, you will find related industries. So for example, like aluminium, like glass, even electricity. Those things are also the demand and the markets, and that industry is also thriving. So one of the things that makes Germany such a very fertile ground for automobile manufacturers is that even related industries to automobiles are also flourishing there. So look out for evidences of these things in your exam. What are the key success factors that would aid your decision as to why you want to expand into another country? The presence of a supporting industry to your own industry will be seen in that country, and not just will they be seen that they are thriving in that country. Then finally is the firm strategy, structure, and rivalry. So one of the things you will find is that there's a particular sort of strategy that you find that is unique to the firms that operate. So if I use the example of Portugal and its wine, so most Portuguese wine manufacturers have a particular structure or production. Their strategy and their structure also underpins their success. So this question can be likened or paraphrased to a situation where you say, what are some of the key success factors you want to look out for in your choice into expanding into another countries, you can use the Porter's diamond to give you a basis on to what you should be looking out for. And the presence of those things or the absence of those things can now influence your decision to move into a particular country. Is that a fair point